Good morning, Mr. Commissioner.
Good morning.
Our witness today is Gary Moore. I'd ask that the court reporter swear him in, please.
Morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning.
You previously provided evidence to the inquiry, so in fact, you've been double affirmed. So thank you for that. I'm not going to go through your professional background. You went through some of that last time with Mr. Lewis, but I am going to ask you sort of going forward from about 2007 onward in your time at the city. So I'm going to start with some questions about your background. When the Parkway opened in 2007, you were also the manager of design, capital planning, and implementation division until 2009. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it's at that time that you became the director of engineering services?
I believe that's yes.
Okay. So I have some questions about that role, manager of design, capital planning, and implementation. What did that role entail?
At that time, design prepared the tender documents and designs for the roads and bridges, sewer and water and other linear type infrastructure that was approved in the capital budget.
So you did design of projects, but only those that were approved in the capital budget?
That's correct.
And was there another manager of design who did non-capital budget design?
I'm not sure I understand, the term non-capital budget. Any of the projects funding, there may have been some projects in planning or other divisions that didn't fall under our purview, but I can't think of any other projects that were done that weren't under the capital budget. That was mostly how funding for the projects was approved. There may have been other ones that occurred, but it was the capital budget that was the funding source for the majority of the projects.
Thank you. So during this period of time, again, 2007, after the opening of the Red Hill to 2009, in your role as manager of design, capital planning, and implementation, what role, if any, did you have over the asset management division within engineering services?
At that time, none. They were another division within our group that oversaw the preparation of the budget and in fact led us to in what we were doing the design and tender preparation for.
Okay. So they were your colleagues, but you didn't have any supervisory role over anyone in asset management.
That's correct.
You were questioned the last time you were before the inquiry about the Stantec sustainability plan, and your recollection was that council had not approved that plan. Do you remember those questions?
I do believe I recall that. Yep.
And you remember that vaguely, at least the sustainability plan. That
I remember that plan being. I remember being asked questions in the preparation of that plan, but.
And going way back to 2007 to 2009, you have a recollection that that plan was being considered and then put to council who didn't approve it?
That's my recollection, that they were suggesting how much money needed to be set aside to look after this new facility that had been built, and was nothing like anything we'd ever had in the city before. Didn't really fit in with the rest of the regular road program. And I believe that senior staff had an idea that a separate program needed to be set up in order to look after the long-term issues. My recollection is that's what the gist of that study was.
Okay. In your role as manager of design, capital planning, and implementation in that period between 2007 and 2009, did you take any steps to implement the tasks that were set out in the sustainability plan?
I don't specifically recall any tasks that were set up. I don't believe the only thing I really recall doing after that was assisting in the preparation of a maintenance manual on summarizing all of the different items that we used, what type of signage, what type of guide rail, where we sourced all these various things to make it easier for maintenance to do. But I don't believe there was anything else that I can recall.
Okay. My question really had two parts. One, in your role as manager of design, capital planning, and implementation, did you have any responsibility for the maintenance or preservation of the Parkway?
Officially, no.
So you said officially no. Unofficially, when you said that you were doing the manual for maintenance, was that during this period of time between 2007 and 2009, or was that before the Red Hill opened?
I think we were too busy before it opened. I think we were assembling it in that time period. I'm not sure how far after it opened. I think we were working on it, fairly diligently in order to get it so that maintenance had it.
Okay.
But other than that, no, there was nothing else.
Is it fair to say that your involvement in the preparation of that manual was really within the scope of your role within the Parkway special project, not within your role as manager, design, capital planning, and implementation?
I would say that's fair. Yes.
So from 2009, you were the director of engineering services, right?
That's correct.
Was there a period of time between 2009 and about 2013 that traffic engineering fell under the portfolio of the director of engineering?
Traffic engineering did fall under that portfolio. I believe it was in that time frame. There was a number of reorgs that were going on at the time, and I believe it wasn't for that long, but I believe you're correct in that it was in that time frame.
Okay. I think you're right. The inquiry has heard about the many reorganizations that happened, especially with the traffic engineering group moving from various places within Public Works. I think it was 2013, and I'm asking you for your recollection. The traffic engineering group then was reorganized to be under Mr. Mader. Is that right?
Eventually they went to Mr. Mader, yes, but I couldn't be sure on the exact time frame.
Okay. Can you describe the various divisions that were under you as director of engineering services apart from traffic?
there was asset management. There was design. There was construction services and surveys and technical services.
Did surveys and technical services morph into geomatics?
Yes, it did. Geomatics and corridor management, I think.
Okay. And so you went through the divisions, and I think that the way that you went through them also describes the chronology of a project within engineering services. Is that fair? So you start with asset management and they deal with scope and funding.
That's correct.
And then moves over to design once the scope is set and the funding is in place.
And they prepare the tender and the designs and put it out to tender. And then following that, after it's awarded through the procurement process, then construction services undertakes the contract administration and site inspection services related to that.
Okay. And then the survey department, or what became geomatics, are they involved in those capital projects, or are they a somewhat distinct division?
Well, they had a number of different things. I mean, they were the legal survey group for the city. So all legal survey plans were done within that group. They were the engineering survey group for our group, our division. So they would support asset management if they needed initial surveys of an area, of a road, property information in order to assist them in the preparation of their scope. They would do the detailed plans and background, identify services and utilities on a base plan that design would use. They would occasionally support construction services if there was an issue with regard to some discrepancy on the plans. So they were sort of involved all the way through, in and out.
Okay. And did lighting for the city fall under that division as well?
Lighting was originally in traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And it was I'm trying to think can't think of the gentleman's name that looked after it, but it sort of after the bulk of traffic or traffic operations and maintenance left to go under John, there was a group called, I don't know why, the traffic planning, traffic engineering,
Mm-hmm.
some of that lighting. So that lighting stayed under engineering services in that geomatics technical services group under Gord. And I think it expanded from one person to, eventually 4 or 5 people. That's my recollection of how that went.
Okay. And it's the gentleman whose name you can't recall, is that Mike Field?
Mike became the face of lighting in the division. I was trying to think of the previous gentleman's name that looked after. He sort of looked after it for years and then retired. It was sort of a single guy that was all responsible for everything within the city. But
okay. To your knowledge, why did lighting stay within engineering services when the rest of traffic operations and traffic engineering went under John Mader's group?
I'm not really sure.
Okay.
At that time, it was mostly maintenance. There was no capability for doing any design. There was, other than being able to identify a need, but there was no electrical engineers from that point of view to be able to design feeds and that type of thing.
Okay, so it was mostly project management around lighting projects?
And yes, and maintenance, identifying, when relamping and putting out tenders for having a service to survey neighborhoods and to replace empty or burnt out bulbs. So there was mostly management administration in that case.
Okay. But you don't know why it fell under the engineering services instead
There was so
of
many slicing and
maintenance or-
dicing. Yes, I don't recall.
So you were in the role of director of engineering from 2009 to 2018. Can you describe your day-to-day responsibilities as director of engineering, including if it changed over time?
So obviously it was the general direction of all the four divisions, the coordinations of their work. As asset management was, as we said, they decide what and when, decides how, and construction services make sure that the contractor fulfills the obligations of the contracts, and the roles of geomatics and what eventually became corridor management in terms of the utilities and uses of the corridor, I think are fairly straightforward. I mean, that was just the sort of the tip of the iceberg. Looking after that was the easy part. Dealing with the political side, if councillors had questions on projects and why projects weren't being done, or if they had concerns within their realms that they felt needed to be addressed, trying to discuss with them and plan on future projects that would fulfill budgets and all of the other requirements, the needs, trying to figure out how we're going to deal with, we should be doing $250 million worth of work and we only have $40 million to do it, was quite challenging. And then, there was all of the other duties as assigned, whether it was participating as a public works rep in a SARS outbreak committee, or the public works rep for contingency planning for two possible strike actions within the city 4 years apart, or an MTO committee or a conservation authority committee or a Horizon Utilities committee, and any other conservation authority liaison committee, as well as a number of human resources related committees. There was another, as the director in that area and in public, as senior management in public works, then that needed representation. A lot of the other groups were operational, and I think it was seen that I could, as the engineer, could could lend a little more, or had a little more time, although I didn't really.
Okay.
The more I did, the more was given to me. So
That is how it goes sometimes. So it sounds like you were quite busy and had a fair bit on your plate. In the day-to-day, did you leave the work of your divisions to the managers of those divisions?
for the most part, I mean, we were all on the same floor. So we worked together quite close. It was, how are things going, or, is there anything I can do to, speed this up, or, give you assistance? Is there a sticking point at someplace else? I tried to leave the work to them, and tried to be the facilitator if there was issues arose, whether it was other departments or outside agencies or anything else that was preventing them or inhibiting them from fulfilling what we needed to get done.
Okay. Over the next few days, we're going to go through a fairly lengthy chronology about your involvement in various measures taken on the Red Hill and probably less significantly, but also on the link. To frame that discussion, can you describe what your responsibilities as Director of Engineering Services were as they related to the Red Hill?
Well, I mean, after the road was built and opened, and all of the payments were complete, I mean, the office was broken up, didn't continue to exist. So unofficially, there, if anyone had a question, it was likely coming to me as the person that was most readily available and had the longest tenure still there. So can you remember this, or where might I find that, or what did they do here, was a question that arose. I don't know that there was anything formally on my job description that said I had any responsibility for it, other than that, other than my, obviously my interest in it. But
Okay. So if someone raised a specific concern about the Red Hill and requested programming for the Red Hill or the link, that would be the kind of thing that would go into the divisions that you were the director of. Is that right?
capital works that were programmed and approved by committee would that needed to be put out to tender would come. If it was a maintenance type work, patching or crack sealing or guide rail replacement, unless it was a tendered capital work, it would usually go through an operational road group. But
Okay.
otherwise, capital works, we call them, linear capital works. There were non-linear capital works, like building of a water treatment plant or a pollution control plant or something like that. That wasn't within our purview.
But linear capital works were within your purview.
Yes.
Okay. So asset management was one of the divisions that you oversaw as director. In your view, did asset management have a role in the preservation of the asset of the Red Hill after it was open?
Yeah, absolutely. It became part of the overall road program of 6,500 some odd lane kilometers within the city. So monitoring that the condition of that pavement would fall under their purview, as would all their bridges and culverts and every other works within that area.
Okay. So how would you describe asset management's responsibilities in respect of the Parkway after it was built? What were they to do in their role in asset management?
The same as they would for the rest of the road. I mean, it would just become part of the road program.
Okay. Can you describe briefly the road program and how you understood it?
Typically, over once every 5 years on average. I mean, sometimes it was a little more, a little less. You would do a condition assessment of the road, rideability, a roughness index, that type of thing. You know, number of potholes that would come up with an index and give us a comparative overall condition within the road program that would be prioritized. They had a special program for doing all that
Okay.
stuff. And I don't believe it had any of a higher level of look than any of the other programs.
Okay. And is that the same with the link? Was just
Yes.
part of the road program?
Yes.
The 5 year, I think you said the condition assessment be about every 5 years.
On average, yeah. You can't do it all in 5 years. So you do a little bit each year, and on average, it took 5 years to get back around, or 6 years to get back around to that piece of road. So, you know, on average, you were doing every piece of road every 5 or 6 years.
Okay. And you talked about a roughness index.
Yes.
Is that with the inertial profiler device?
I believe that's what that device does.
Okay. And you to your knowledge, that happened on every road about every 5 years?
On average, I believe that's correct.
Okay. And so the Red Hill and the link being part of that would get that inertial profiler to be done on those assets in the same cycle, the 5 year cycle.
Yeah, I don't know whether they were done on the same year or not, or even if all. I mean, they may have done the roadway and then ramps, or the link may have been done at a different time, given that their pavings, you know, when they started.
Sure. So you don't know the specifics of exactly how asset management conducted the road program, but you know that that was one of the aspects of the road program.
That's correct.
Okay. So then is it fair to say in your role as director that your role in asset management of the Parkway was really one of oversight over your managers?
Yes.
Looking back, do you think that you took a more active role in the asset management of the Red Hill and the link as compared to other city assets?
I think I was consulted more in that than other city assets. The other roads, you know, if there was a decision that need to be done, or suggestion, or what did they have here, they were all pretty straightforward. And so any question tended to come to me, you know, of more interest in that regard.
And is that because of what you said earlier, that you were a person with long tenure who had that's from the history and the knowledge about these roads?
I believe that's correct.
In terms of being consulted more frequently, is that to say you were providing factual information, or were you a decision maker when issues came to you? Just trying to understand what the consultation is that you're talking about.
A lot of the time, it would be, providing, factual information in terms of, what were the mixes, when did they go down, how did they go down, how does this vary from this, that type of thing. I was involved in and reviewed most decisions with regard to what was proposed on any road. Whether it was repaving Main Street through the downtown, or a local arterial in the neighborhoods, or whatever it was. We reviewed it all. Like I said, we were severely underfunded, and I wanted to make sure that we were spending money wisely whenever we did that type of thing.
Okay. In terms of that last answer, you said that you were severely underfunded. Did you find over your time as director of engineering that there was there became more of a focus to ensure that roads within the city were in good working order?
Council routinely made additional funding available for roads. They understood, the condition of the roads was a priority for their stakeholders and the taxpayers, and that they wanted to try and address that whenever they could. But I mean, the funding shortfall was the funding shortfall, and regular program of $40 to $50 million when it should have been in more in the neighborhood of $200 million a year is pretty drastic.
Okay. In terms of your role over budgeting and financing, so I think you said earlier that asset management was the division that would go and obtain capital project funding. Is that right?
Well, they finance would provide a pot of money, for lack of a better term, and say, this is going to be your overall budget that's going to come out for the year. Asset management did the condition assessment of the roads, of the water, and of the sewer, and the other linear infrastructure. They also did some condition assessments of parks and others for other groups. But then they were charged with coming up with a program against those condition assessments for the roads. Water would take the condition assessments that we provided to them and come back and say, okay, this water main's a priority, we need it replaced, or this sewer. And then we would take information from planning that says there's a new subdivision going in. So if you're going to replace this water main, we need it to be bigger. And if you're going to replace this sewer, we need it to be bigger. So you had to assemble all of that information along with this water and sewer need to be replaced, but they don't need to be replaced we don't have the money for it for 3 years, and then you have to coordinate with that with the road. So it was a very complicated proposition to assemble a proposed capital budget for review by senior management team and eventually council.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand in that complicated preparation of a capital budget, was that under the responsibility of asset management to do, or was that one of your roles and responsibilities?
Asset management had the horses to prepare that that work. They prepared it under my oversight. I mean, they would come and say, we're thinking about this road over this road. It's a toss up. Which one do you think? Well, this is, we can do this one, but if we do this one, this, I was involved in the ultimate decisions on the final preparation for presentation. And then after presentation to the general manager and directors and feedback from finance, which always changed. No, we found you $2 million more, so now you have to add and spend this money, or no, we've decided to give you $5 million less, so you had to go back and shuffle the deck, so to speak, and figure out what the best way to deal with that was.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn now to questions about the Red Hill in particular. So after the Red Hill opened, and I'm going to try to take a snippet of time until 2012, were you aware of complaints or concerns coming from members of the public about the level of illumination on the Red Hill?
I can't think of anything specific, but if they complain to their counselor, it's likely that their counselor complained either to me or to someone within the group about it. It was not unusual. I mean, no, any more than any other city street or any other constituents. There's not enough sidewalk. There's not enough smooth road. There's not enough parks. There's not enough. So it wasn't unusual to receive that type of feedback.
Okay. You said if a member of the public complained to a counselor, they would likely pick up the phone and call you or someone within the group about it. Who else within the group besides you would you identify as a person that a counselor might contact about the Red Hill?
Well, counselors didn't have any hesitation about talking to who they thought might be able to provide them with the relief that they were looking for. So it could have been anyone from a manager down to a project manager.
Okay. And do you remember receiving any updates from any of your staff about receiving calls from counselors about the Red Hill in particular?
I don't specifically. Typically, we would, provide a response to the counselor, giving them the rationale for what was there. If there was anything specific or the council wanted to do, then committee or council would bring it up to staff at a committee meeting or, request staff to take some action. Otherwise, we were mostly in feedback mode.
Okay. Just casting your mind back in time to that period of time, would Marco Audi be the kind of person who would be a recipient of requests for or complaints from counselors about the Red Hill?
It's possible, but Marco was the construction guy, the guy in the field. I don't know whether they perceived him as anyone that could resolve issues. He could maybe give feedback on if there was noise issues or berms or walls or that type of thing, because that tended to be a little more in his field, as most of them were built in people's backyards type of thing, and he was involved in dealing with the people to deal with that. But other than that, I don't know. I couldn't speculate on what they might do.
Okay. My question was really, from your perspective, who were the people that were seen within engineering services as being the point people for issues around the Red Hill?
Me.
Okay. And do you know, did you have a perception about why that was, that you were the person that counselors would come to?
I had a good relationship with the counselors. I, as director, went and met with them twice a year about their concerns. They knew they could call me and pick my brain and hopefully get an honest answer on what we could do and what we couldn't do and why things were the way they were. I used to get a lot of calls about stuff that had nothing to do with me, only because they knew my phone number and knew my face and was able to talk to me better than some other staff.
Okay. So just going back to my initial question, in that period of time from opening of the Red Hill until 2012, do you remember having discussions with counselors about issues from members of the public around the level of illumination in particular on the Red Hill?
I can't say that I recall specifically. And I mean, I do recall, having those types of discussions, but I couldn't put a time frame or which counselor or, what specifically it was about.
Okay.
But generally, was it around the level of illumination? Do you have?
There were, there was all sorts of, this ramp is, is too tight, or this ramp, I have to turn left in order to do this. And there'd be lots of times that we'd get questions on signage and, there's no merge sign. And then I would meet with the resident out on site and, oh, I've never seen that sign before. Well, those, we took the extra steps to try and, resolve the issues that people had and meet them out on site or discuss it with them. Lots of backyard meetings, especially with noise and those types of things after the opening.
Sorry, just so I'm clear on that. I'm sorry to interrupt you. After the opening,
Yep.
Was that while the Red Hill office or the team was still active?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so did this kind of backyard meetings and issues around noise, did that drift into the 2008 to sort of 2012 period?
Yes.
And you personally were going out to individuals who had issues around noise or signs or
Counselors would invite me to backyard meetings after supper to meet with a number of residents that, why can I hear the roadway, or why isn't the wall tall enough? And, so we went out and would meet with them and try and explain to them why things were the way they were, that, we could build a wall higher, but it would shade your backyard. And I don't think you'd really want to look at that. And the noise levels, while you can still hear, met all of the programming requirements and everything we said in the EA. So, those were the types of things that other duties is assigned and things we did to help counselors address the concerns with their constituents.
Okay. I'm going to take you to some complaints that the city received in after the construction, just to understand if you were involved in these responses, or further to the answer that you just gave. Registrar, can you bring up OD 5, page 32? Mr. Moore, this is from the one of the chapters of the overview document. I want to ensure that you can see the screen.
Yes, I can see it. Yep. Page 32, right?
Registrar, can you call out paragraph 76? And just to make sure that our tech is good for the rest of the day, can you see that call out well?
Yes, I can.
And it's not covered by our video screens?
No, it's not.
All right. So this is a member of the public who emailed Councillor Collins in November of 2008. And Councillor Collins forwarded that email to Ms. DiDomenico. And
Yes.
she had been on the Parkway team.
That's correct.
And so is she another person, to your knowledge, who councillors might look to as being part of, for lack of a better word, the complaints department as it related to the Parkway?
Jennifer was intimately involved in the Red Hill office, all of the documents and public information and reports to committee and council, and so yes, they would be quite familiar with her.
Okay. So this email, we're not going to go through all of it, but it mentions snowy weather ice conditions in the first paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
It has in the second paragraph, it mentions a very serious issue around visibility in terms of identifying exactly where the road is when the non-reflective painted lines on the road are snow covered. References a lovely ditch and a grassy gully. It references a narrow rumble strip. And in the third paragraph, it suggests placing, marking the edges of the roadway in a more concrete way than just rumble strips. You see that? And then it mentions other 400 series highways that have reflective flags or other reflective poles. So was this the kind of panoply of issues that members of the public would either raise with you directly or via councillors?
This one's probably a little more detailed than most, but it's a typical type of thing.
Okay. Registrar, can you close that down and go to the next page, please? Actually, sorry, can you go to the next page, which is 34? And can you pull up 35, please? Thank you. So, Mr. Moore, just as a last test of our tech, can you see both of these screens up without any obstruction from our video screens?
I can. They're
great.
Both good.
Great. Registrar, can you call out paragraph 83 that starts on 34 and goes to 35? So there's a fair bit of back and forth. There's a response to this member of the public, and then there's a follow-up from the member of the public. I'm not going to go through that. Mr. Gallo references an email when he's talking with folks within community traffic services about the city's position on lighting. And the excerpts in smaller font here are what Mr. Audie had told traffic community services and had passed on to a member of the public. And I just want you to read that if you haven't had a chance to.
Oh, okay.
And at the time, do you recall if you had any discussions with Mr. Audie about how to frame the city's position in respect of illumination on the Parkway when the city received a request for information from members of the public?
Not that I can recall specifically. No, I don't.
Okay, so there wasn't any kind of discussion about messaging to explain in a consistent way why the link and the Red Hill were designed the way they were in terms of illumination?
Yeah, I don't know what the context of the email that Marco sent and who he sent it to in, 08. So I really can't, I don't know about the messaging or who it was sent to.
Well, that's what I mean. I'm asking more generally, was there some, to your knowledge, some consistent message that you and Mr. Audie developed to respond to issues around illumination, to explain how the Red Hill and the link had been designed? Just so you had a sort of a standard message that you could flip to. Response.
I don't believe that we developed anything in that regard, whether it was to lighting or noise or anything else.
Okay. So you took the complaints or the concerns as they came and tried to address them in a tailored way?
To the best of our ability with our knowledge.
Okay.
It might have been a good idea.
Between a registrar, you can close this down. And in fact, you can close out OD5. In this period of time, and Mr. Moore, I'm going to be asking you some questions about events in 2013, which is why I'm asking you for this particular period of time. So this is the period of time, just to orient you to what I'm asking about, is before you retained Golder to do a series of projects, before a motion on illumination that we'll talk about. So in that period of time, do you remember receiving information that members of the public had any concerns about any other aspect of the Parkway apart from illumination? You've talked about noise and you've talked about some other things. I'm just trying to understand exactly what you want, what you were hearing from the public.
I heard about a lot of different things, but I don't, nothing specifically that I can, put my finger on at this time. I'm trying to recall, but what I remember and from all the documents I've seen and try and separate those out. So I don't recall specifically what I might have known at that time.
Okay. What about in respect of slipperiness of the Parkway? Do you recall hearing from counselors or members of the public or your staff that the public had concerns about the Parkway being slippery?
I do recall information of that nature that, people thought it was slippery. I don't know the exact time frame of that.
I also wasn't clear on the timing of, in terms of the question that you were asking Mr. Moore as to the timing, as to his recollection of that being raised as a concern.
I was asking, and I tried to frame it, but just to clarify that time period between the opening of the Red Hill and before 2013, so up to the end of 2012.
I don't believe that that slipperiness was. It seems to me that slipperiness issue was later in 13 that we were made aware of after a number of rain events or something of that nature. But I don't believe that we were asked to address anything like that prior to that.
Okay, so we're certainly going to get into those rain events in September of 2013. Apart from being asked to address anything, were you just generally aware that the public had concerns about slipperiness in that time period between the opening of the Red Hill and 2012?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. I'm going to turn now to another topic. you gave evidence at the last time you were before the inquiry about testing, friction testing by the MTO when the Parkway opened. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes,
And you remember knowing at the time in 2007 that the MTO conducted testing?
yes, before the freeway opened, yes.
And your impression at the time was that the testing revealed that the friction levels were better than the MTO typically expected?
Yes, and that they were my indication was that it was better than they would get, and they were good.
Okay. We've heard evidence in the inquiry since you last testified about a phone discussion between Becca Lane at the MTO and Ludimir Urzrowski at Golder. So just starting, I know that you know the folks at Golder. Do you know Becca Lane?
I've met Becca before. Yes, I know who she is.
Have you done any projects with her?
Not specifically city MTO projects. I've presented with her at various conferences, and but I don't think we ever worked specifically together on any project.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up GOL 7502? And can you go to image 2, please? So this is just to orient you to some of the evidence that the inquiry has received. This is a note from Dr. Urzrowski's notebook, and it's dated Monday, November 10, 2010. It has a 10, it's 2010. And he testified that he believed that this note referenced a call that he had with Ms. Lane from the MTO about friction tests. And you see there, it says Becca Lane, 2007 friction on RHVP. He could not recall what information he gave Ms. Lane. But this is, he found this note and believes that he had a discussion with her on that day. Registrar, can you close that down? Sorry, I've lost my reference. Just give me a second. Apologies. Registrar, could you bring up OD for page 90, please? And if you can call out 212 and 213, please. So Ms. Lane testified that the MTO had done friction testing in 2010 on the Red Hill. And that showed that northbound lanes had declining friction performance properties from the start, while southbound lanes improved in the first year and then started declining thereafter. And I'm just quoting from an email that an MTO staff member wrote to Ms. Lane in paragraph 212. Just stopping there, were you aware that the MTO had conducted friction testing on the Parkway in 2010
No,
at the time?
no.
Ms. Lane testified in respect of the email exchange she has at paragraph 213. She says, "Good stuff, Frank. Thank you. Perhaps I'll call Ludimir for a City of Hamilton contact." So she testified that if she told a colleague that she was going to call Ludimir, she would have done it. And then there's that note that we showed you with Ludimir reflecting a call from Ms. Lane. Ms. Ludimir doesn't, pardon me, Dr. Uzarewski does not recall what information he gave to Ms. Lane, but he thought if he had given a contact for the City of Hamilton, it would have been you who he would have, in terms of a contact that he would have provided to Ms. Lane. So all that to say, there's my question for you. Did you speak to Ms. Lane in 2010 about friction on the Red Hill?
No, I don't believe so. I don't ever recall talking to MTO about friction on the Red Hill ever.
Okay, and you said you don't believe talking to MTO, so not Ms. Lane, not anyone else from the MTO?
No.
And did Dr. Uzarewski tell you in 2010 that he'd received a call from the MTO about friction testing?
I don't believe so. It's something that I likely would have remembered. I mean, after we did the initial friction testing, or they did the initial friction testing, it wasn't on our mind again until we were doing, the 5-year review and after those other things I'm sure you'll come to, but no, this was not something we discussed ever.
Okay. Did you have any knowledge that the MTO had conducted friction testing at any point between the 2007 test that they provided to you and 2012?
Until I read it in the documents as part of this, no, I had no idea that they were doing testing.
And after 2012, you didn't have any idea they were doing testing at any time?
No.
Okay. Okay, Registrar, you can take that down, please, and you can close this document. Okay, I'm going to turn to another topic, particularly your personal document management practices, sort of how you kept documents. So during construction of the Red Hill, when you were in the Red Hill team, the project, is it fair to say, generated hard copy documents relating to the Parkway?
Yeah, the ability to do it on the computer was not developed to the point where we could store anything, other than on a floppy disk.
Right.
So no, everything was hard copy, multiple copies and photocopies and reams and reams and reams of hard copy documents.
Okay. Forests of paper. Is that fair?
That's fair until right near the end, when the city developed the ability to do internet. I know we were sharing documents on websites and that types of things, but there was limited communication otherwise.
Okay. And the kind of hard copy documents that were generated as part of the project to design and construct the Red Hill, did those include design drawings?
Yes.
And specifications that
yes, all the tenders, all the financials, all of the correspondence with the consultants, and meeting notes, all of that type of thing.
I know this is casting your mind back in time a fair bit. What was the filing system for those hard copy documents? Is there some standard way that hard copy documents in a big project like this would be filed?
We had a WBS system, work breakdown structure system. And a lot of things were filed according to either their subject or their location. So if it was, something to do with a ramp, the ramp might have been the 20 series, which was the north-south, the 10 series, which was the east-west. Then each ramp had or section of roadway had a specific identifier. I know there was preliminary design files and approvals files. And then there was different files that were set up for correspondence with each of the agencies, Conservation Authority, MOE, MNR, DFO.
Yeah.
Every letter of the alphabet type of thing. We had banks and banks and banks of file cabinets.
And where physically were those filing cabinets? Which building?
Well, when we did the Red Hill.
Yeah, for the construction of the Red Hill.
The Red Hill office was in the third floor of the city center.
Okay.
We had a little office just inside the doors. It was like a wedge. I had two portfolios as manager of design, as well as looking after the design and construction of the Red Hill. So I kept my office over in the main public works section, but that's all of the files, as much as possible, were stored there. I think the link files, I'm not sure whether they were there or whether they were in storage. I believe the city's storage was in a number of places, whether it was in the basement of City Hall or down at the water treatment plant there. I think there was a bunker there or something that storage was sent to, after you were done with it initially, to keep for the requisite 7 years or whatever it was.
Right. Who was responsible for keeping the Red Hill documents filed in an organized way during construction?
I don't know specifically. I know Jennifer was involved with it, as well as Chris's admin.
It's okay if you don't remember the name.
Yeah, but I was thinking whether we had an environmental planner still on staff at that time as well, that may have been responsible for certain maintenance of files. But
okay. And I think you said that but when it got closed up, when the team disbanded and the project closed, it got boxed up and there was city storage in a number of places. What documents, if any, did you keep personally instead of putting them in the boxes that went to storage?
Any documents I had weren't originals. They were copies.
Okay.
Copies that I had used during the process, and just kept for interest's sake, or for if someone asked a question in the future, or to have available. A lot of the times, it was like, where do we find this? Well, I happen to have a copy here if you want to borrow it, type of thing. So I had nothing original, or master copy or master of anything. They were my usable copies of whatever existed.
Okay. So what kinds of documents did you keep as your copies instead of and instead of either putting them in the box or I guess discarding them if they were just a copy? So what kind of documents did you view as important to keep?
I believe I had a copy of the preliminary design report, a copy of the IADP summary, some of the initial EA 11 by 16 layout type of books, some of the geotechnical investigation information. Maybe a copy of some of the fisheries and terrestrial biology submissions, because we were committed to 5-year reviews for a number of those things. So we had ongoing consultants reporting back to us on and submitting to DFO and MNR and Conservation Authority. So I was attending meetings on those types of things when those submissions went in as well. So I may have had some of those copies on my bookshelf.
Okay. I think I didn't quite hear you. One of the first things you said after preliminary design report was a copy, I think you said, of the EIDP.
IADP. IADP. I can't even remember what the
what's the content
design.
If you can't remember what the acronym is.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Design, is it design report?
It's a design report, but it was the document that we used to submit for the environmental assessment, the final environmental assessment approval to the province in 2002 or 2003, whenever it was, to get approval for what we had to go forward on.
Okay. You said you kept some of the initial EA 11 by 16 layout type books. What are the 11 by 16 layout type books?
Well, they're big format. They've got, what the original alignment was and what some of the original layouts for the interchanges, because what we finally built was much different than what was originally proposed in the 1980 EA, especially in the north-south.
Okay. And you said that you were you'd committed to these 5-year reviews for some of the natural habitat, the flora and fauna. I don't know if I'm paraphrasing that appropriately. And so you had ongoing consultants. Just stopping there, in terms of those ongoing consultants, who was the person within the city who was dealing with those ongoing consultations?
Well, I don't know that anyone had officially had their finger, pointed to them. I mean, it was the office initially when, that was looking after these things, and it was the breakup of the office wasn't necessarily a comprehensive move in terms of, you shall do this and you shall do this and this shall be apportioned to that. It did develop over a number of years as maintenance took things and development took, adjacent development issues over, and but given Chris was gone and, Marco was back in construction and we were a limited office. It was basically only three of us that did the work anyway. So, from the engineering side, I mean, Jennifer was involved in all that other stuff. But, if a consultant did a report and gave information to DFO or Conservation Authority and they wanted some action, then it needed to come usually back to me, and then I would write whatever report necessary or ask maintenance or operations or whoever it was, could we get this done under some program to address the issue that's come up? So that's basically how it worked.
So it was you at the end of the day who would be taking on that particular.
I ended up, whether, I volunteered or ended up being the best person to do it. It was me. I don't know that there was anybody else that put my hand up, but.
Okay. So you've just gone through a number of the different kinds of documents that of which you kept copies. Where did you keep those copies of those documents?
I had a big bookshelf in my office. Was, 3 or 4 panels wide and, 5 or 6, 7 shelves high. And, that's where all of everything resided.
And that's the bookshelf in your office, in your director of engineering office,
That's
not
correct.
in the 3rd floor that we were talking about before?
Nope. That was after the office was closed.
Right. I just wanted to make sure we're talking
Yep.
about the right office. Okay, turning away from Red Hill related documents and just sort of more generally some questions about your document management. For starting with hard copy documents, paper documents, what kinds of documents in your day-to-day work as director of engineering did you file in hard copy?
Well, most of the things that came through my office were personnel related documents or sometimes timesheets and that type of thing. Purchase order requisitions, invoices for consultant work. And most of that was in and out because they were passed on to as part of a paper chain for an approval process.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to keep as little as possible. I mean, if there had been some if I was getting copies of reports for review, I usually reviewed them and passed them back with my comments in them.
Do you mean staff reports?
Staff reports, yes.
Okay. What about documents like letters or reports, sort of the usual in 2009 and 2010, and frankly, even now, we still get things in hard copy. So what other kinds of things would come into the office and what would you keep? And I'm sorry to be so broad about it. It's not clear to me what kind of information you'd have. And I'm asking generally about your filing system.
I had to eventually get a file cabinet, but originally for years, I only had one drawer in my desk. So I virtually kept nothing, I hard pressed to think of, other than personal stuff that I was dealing with, or, if I had a file open that, I was attending meetings or, like I said before, working on any of these committees that I had been assigned to, those are the types of things that I would have, kept because they were mostly confidential and weren't part of an approval process. They were information that I would use to prepare for the next meeting, or they might have been minutes from some of those different minutes. So those are the types of things that I would keep myself.
That's helpful.
Anything else I was working on specifically that, that it was only to my attention.
Okay. So when you received things like, for example, minutes of meetings of these committees that you were representative on, would you keep those as hard copy, or did you have a practice of scanning them into an electronic form and then discarding the hard copy? And I certainly recognize that might have changed from 2009 to 2017, but just generally, was that part of?
I was trying to remember whether we even had the ability to scan things, but I tended to keep things in the fashion that people sent them to me. So if you sent me an original, I kept an original. If you sent me email minutes, it's unlikely that I printed them out. I might keep them until the next meeting, or keep them until the end of that cycle of that committee. But we were always being pressured by information services to purge our files and
Your electronic files.
our electronic files. Keep it down to as a minimum. I mean, I think at one time it was like 25 meg. Which, you have more of that on your camera now. So, I mean,
So I'm going to ask you some questions about your electronic filing system. I just have one set of questions before we get there. Were you a note taker in meetings or in phone calls? Is that sort of your practice to jot down notes as during discussions?
Only if I had to do something. I mean, if I'm in a meeting and there's minutes being taken, then I tended to pay attention to the meeting and not. I mean, that disturbed me. A lot of people are scribbling away and not paying attention to the meeting. Like, if there's a person that's taking notes and taking minutes, let's pay attention to the meeting. So no, I didn't scribble down notes. If I was in a meeting, I waited for the meeting to come. If I was, in a phone call, I may have had a written to-do list, for the week or for the day in front of me. And as those things got done, I'd cross it off. And once everything was crossed off, it was tossed because it was done.
Okay. We've certainly seen some of the engineers who have given evidence in this inquiry. They have sort of notebooks, and they sort of make notes of their day-to-day interactions. That note from referencing the call with Ms. Lane as one example. Did you have a practice of keeping a notebook like that, where you recorded the events of the day, for example? I'm not talking about a day timer or a calendar. I mean, just
not specifically. I did have a notebook, but it was more of a things to do list.
Okay.
And, call somebody, or send person X a copy of this. But again, as those things got done, I mean, it was.
So
I might have, written one thing to carry over to the next week and write that on, but they weren't something that were, kept for any type of record.
And yeah, nothing that would be sort of a record of your, so your day and what you'd done and who you'd spoken to and that sort of thing.
No, that was mostly on my calendar. Like,
Okay.
I had a meeting or call someone or all that type of stuff, which was, all electronic anyways.
So you didn't keep a day planner, like a paper calendar?
I did originally.
Like way back.
Way back before we were able to do all that on our computer.
Okay. Did you have a practice of filing notes that you did take, to the extent that you took them? Like, did you have a file folder for for notes of meetings or phone calls or to-dos or anything like that?
Only as it related to whatever certain projects. But again, call Joe next week, and then once that was done, it was gone. But I mostly relied on in projects for minutes, for attending the meetings, and I might have scribbled on the side of those minutes anything specific or whatever that was.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm just trying to think of anything else that.
Okay. I'm going to turn to your electronic document storage. You had an electronic mailbox for your email, or an inbox for your email.
Yes, that's correct.
And did you have a folder system within your inbox that was topic specific?
Yes, I had as many folders as topics going. I tried very hard to keep the inbox portion that was visible to as few as possible. I'd like to come in the morning and deal with my emails, and if it was a CC, somebody was sending me something just for my information, it was read and delete. If it was an email that needed my action, then it was left there with some sort of action. If it was a copy of something that I had requested or ongoing correspondence specific to some issue, then chances are that I didn't have any further action on, I would move it over if I thought it was important to keep for future.
Okay. So you had basically a reference folder system for reference materials.
Yeah, if it was Red Hill or it was a link or it was one of my committees, then it usually had a heading that, and so I would take the email and just move it over after it was dealt with. And
you have a Red Hill folder for those kind of
yes.
reference materials?
Yeah.
Did anyone else have access to your inbox?
I believe Diana could see my inbox. For the purposes if I was tied up in meetings all day and a counselor had sent an email, or the general manager or somebody had sent an email that was marked urgent, that she could either, come to the meeting and get me out or hopefully send it on to someone else that could provide action to that.
So did you expect that your assistant, Diana Cameron, would be monitoring your emails during the course of a day?
I know she did.
Okay. Did you ask her to do that?
I think we worked on it eventually. I mean, we worked through various scenarios of her as we developed more of a better working relationship as we got used to each other and what we do things. And in the end, she was monitoring my email and dealing with meetings. If people were looking for meetings, I mean, I was on the run from 8 o'clock in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon, and some of these meetings were 3 or 4 or 5 hours long. I may not have an opportunity to accept or step out or look to see if I'm available tomorrow if someone wants to meet for 10 minutes. So she would deal with those types of requests.
Okay. Did you expect or want her to file emails into your folder filing system?
No.
So you talked about receiving emails, and if you had something to do on them, you'd leave them in your inbox and so you could deal with them. You talked about deleting emails where you were CC'd and it was just for your information. You talked about filing information you wanted to keep as reference in your inbox filing system. Did you save emails anywhere else except in the folder system in your inbox? I can give you some places where they could be saved into, onto your computer, onto an M drive.
Well, the M drive was the drive where you saved. I mean, that's where the files for your, I believe, where your email was attached to. You had a C drive on your computer, which was only on the computer and not attached to anything else. But they really didn't want you to use that C drive. I might have used that for some personal stuff, but the problem with that was every time they changed your computer, you had to move it out or save it someplace else or save it to I don't know whether they had, I guess they had sticks then, but mostly it was in the files on that M drive.
Okay. And just so that I understand it, because I'm thinking about, I think 2022 technology, was this within sort of an Outlook system, or was it, you had an inbox and then you had systems like a folder tree? Is that how you received your emails?
I believe it was more like the latter. It was integrated with your mail. It just came up on the side.
Right.
So you could see the main one and then it just slid, or you just dragged and dropped it right into that.
Okay.
You couldn't see it if your mail wasn't open.
Right. So when you received attachments within emails, like Word documents or PDFs, did you, as a general practice, save those attachments separately on somewhere, or did you just leave them in the email? Like, did you save the email so that you had the attachment, or did you save the document separately?
If it was just a couple of pages or something like that, I might have saved it. But if they were big files, chances are I may have asked Diana to print that out and then delete the attachment, because it just tended to crash our system if you tried to save big files.
Okay. Was there a place where you could electronically store files in a way that wouldn't crash your inbox system?
There were other drives, like I'm trying to think. The S drive was a drive that the divisions shared, or now the S drive was a corporate drive. Mm-hmm. So if you wanted to share something with planning, you could put it in there, and then they would pick it up from that drive, and you could put large files. But they didn't want you to leave files there. They wanted you to use more as a sharing one. There was an N drive.
And like Norman,
that was division wide. So if you wanted to share a file with asset management, or if asset management, I believe asset management used the N drive to share the background of information with, if they were asking design to do a project, they'd put it on the N drive and say, okay, it's been put up here and sent on originally. There were other drives that other sections within the division used initially. Eventually, there was project-wise set up to deal with project files. After a student left and deleted, $100,000 worth of design work, we decided to set up a project-wise so that things couldn't be deleted, and they didn't reside on just one person's computer, and you could track where they were. But that was mostly set up for dealing with capital works design projects, and initially was just set up in surveys and technical services.
I don't mean to
sharing
interrupt
with
you.
design.
I don't mean to interrupt you. We're going to get back to project wise.
Okay.
I am still asking about electronic documents right now, though. And my question was, and maybe I'll just rephrase it, was there any drive in which you stored electronic documents using this sort of folder system that you used in your inbox?
Other than the M drive on my computer, no,
Okay.
not that I can recall.
And did the M drive have capability to save Word and PDF documents, or was it just a place where you would put emails?
It was emails with attachments.
Okay.
So you. Yeah, I don't know whether you could detach something and save it within that file.
That was my question.
Yeah, I don't recall. I think
Okay.
most of it was.
Did you have a practice of saving every email on a topic when it came into those reference folders?
No, I don't. No.
So what was your decision-making process about what you needed to save into your folders versus what you did not save?
If I get an email that said, we're going to deliver you the report next week, I don't think I would have saved that type of an email. I'm going to get the report next week. Okay, thanks, read it and delete. If I get an email that says, here's the report, I'm going to keep. If I get an email that says, we're discussing at length a number of changes and we go through everything, I might save it initially, but once all those changes are done and it's been acted upon and there's no further action, then, I may have, deleted, I may not delete it immediately, but if I'm going through that at a later date, trying to find storage volume, then no, this doesn't tell me anything of importance at this time. So I'll likely delete it.
Okay. So I think you said earlier that IT was sort of constantly telling you that you were hitting your storage limit. I may be paraphrasing about what you said,
Nope.
but was that the circumstance?
That's the type of thing.
And did you have a built-in schedule to purge or archive emails or email folders?
And no, I didn't want it to go through and, simply delete an email because it was 2 weeks old.
Right.
So I didn't like that automated stuff.
Okay. Did you have a manual practice to go through and delete things? You seem to be sort of referencing that in your last
either when I got an email or a notice, I believe there was an automated notice that said, you're approaching your storage limit, or
Right.
You'd go to type an email and say, sorry, you've exceeded your storage limit, and so you'd have to go in and deal with that before you're able to do anything else.
That's quite a stick that IT had. Okay. Did you have a process to use a PST file to zip up emails so that they weren't taking up space?
I did that on 2 or 3 occasions. And then when I went back to get them, I could never find them because they'd done some sort of update and now they were put away someplace and I could never find them and get them open again. So I didn't do that anymore.
Okay. Did you have a process to not use PST, but zip up emails and dump them somewhere else that wasn't in your M drive?
No.
Did you have a process of regularly deleting items that were in your deleted folder? Like your recycle bin?
Yeah, because sometimes they counted that storage against your regular storage. So you go through and delete the, purge, like you say, empty the recycle bin so that you could get every bit of storage you needed to provide your action on.
Okay. And did you take any steps to ensure that, or to understand what happened to emails that you deleted and then deleted from your recycle bin, in terms of whether they could ever be accessible again?
I'm sorry, I really understand. Did I do anything?
What did you understand about whether you could access emails that you had put in your recycle bin and then deleted from your recycle bin? Did you understand that they were gone forever?
I don't think so. I mean, I think I understood that IT could recover anything.
Okay.
Back. I don't know whether there was a time frame on it or what was involved, but it was simply that it wasn't on my computer anymore.
Did you prefer to receive reports from consultants in hard copy or in electronic copy?
I preferred reviewing reports in hard copy.
Okay. So you preferred to receive them in hard copy?
I was old school. I'd like to have the hard copy so that I could flip back 2 pages without, and look at something, and I preferred to have it in my hand.
Okay. And again, I know this may have changed it over time, but if it was in hard copy, you only received it in hard copy, did you have a practice of scanning that hard copy into an electronic form for your file folder system?
Maybe not until, very late, before I was going to retire, when we had more capability and those types of things. But I think mostly the time is we asked for 5 copies of a final report. Even if 4 of them went on the shelf together.
When you say the shelf, do you mean your bookshelf?
Well, my bookshelf or the library in the back or wherever else, they, just because they came to me doesn't mean they were always destined for me.
Okay. Did you have a practice of keeping at least 1 copy of consultant reports that you received on your bookshelf? Is that where you would store the hard copy?
If I had an extra, if there was an extra copy that it was of interest to me, or that I may have to refer to it sometime in the future, then chances are I kept a copy. If not, they were passed on to the relevant division.
Okay. I think I might have heard you say they could be passed on to the library. Did I? There
was a library for reports in the back of our contract section where old copies of EAs or approvals or documents of that nature were kept.
Okay. During your tenure as Director of Engineering Services, did you take any steps to digitize a scan the documents that were on your bookshelf?
Not that I can specifically recall, no.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the documents that were in the library you were just talking about, were those ever digitized?
No, I don't. No, it was a hard copy library.
Okay. Specifically about reports that you received from Golder Associates over time, did you have a practice of putting consultant reports from Golder on your bookshelf?
If they were done for me, yes.
Okay. Now I have some questions about Project Wise, which you were raising before. So you said that there had been a bit of an issue with losing some documents, and that led to the development, purchasing of a system for to restore documents within engineering services. Is that right?
Yes.
And was Project Wise, to your knowledge, for capital works projects that were going to go from asset management to design to construction?
It originated as a the plans and base plans and survey information as a place to store that, work on it. A lot of the draftsmen used to, keep a copy on their desk and then share it with someone, and they would update it, and then there would be two copies and no one would know which copy was right. So that document system that's how it originated. And then, so it originated within the surveys group, and then was shared with the design group, and then because now design had created a file folder for working on project A that was now tendered, then further trees were added so that construction services could keep all of their payment certificates and construction photos and documents related to that in that. So to the short answer is yes, it was primarily, if not solely, for the tracking, handling, and sharing of capital works related projects.
Okay. And did you want your project managers to upload all project documents into Project Wise to facilitate that process of moving from division to division?
Well, I mean, that's where we handled all of that. So,
well, it only works if it's used, right?
Yeah, but there was nothing else. I mean, that's where design went to get the base plan, and that's where eventually asset management went to set up the original scope of work that said project A has this budget in this amount and this budget in this amount, and here's the scope of work. And then design would take that from there and then ask surveys to provide a base plan in this amount of detail, and they would add that plan. There was no other place to do that work. So there was was always a discussion with the construction group at keeping all of their files in there. They eventually all went there, but sometimes in the interim, if you were looking for photos or documents that may or may not have been there, but because they didn't need to be shared with anybody else, it was
right. They're the end of the chain.
They were the end of the chain.
So did the project folders within Project Wise, did that include, or was it intended to include, all of the email correspondence at various stages?
The relevant emails, I guess.
Okay.
Again, we had a limited amount of space, so just every little email on a project, I don't think was expected to be in there.
Okay. So on projects that you had primary responsibility for example, those actually, maybe I'll ask it this way. For your own projects, did you personally upload documents to Project Wise?
Well, I wasn't looking after capital works projects, so
okay.
Chances are that I didn't have.
I need to. Okay. Did you personally use Project Wise to keep track of what your divisions were doing? Like, did you go into it, check things? Did you have facility in using it?
No, I tended to go to the person responsible.
Okay.
It was a huge task, and to go in there and try and find the right tree with the right section to find out. I would ask Diana to, get me this information, please.
Okay. Did you save anything into ProjectWise? And maybe I'll just put a caveat on that. Before you were intending to retire, just in the course of your time as director of engineering from 2009 to let's say 2017, did you save documents into ProjectWise?
I believe I did.
On what kinds of projects?
I think it was mostly with relationship to a specific project. So, if a counselor had sent me an email with respect to some construction project that was happening out there, and we had given him a response with respect to the project timing, or when it was going to be finished, or if there had been a complaint that we had dealt with from a resident from adjacent, then I would have gone into ProjectWise and put that email, within the course. I think there was a correspondence tab in the construction administration subfolder type of thing. So that's the type of thing that I would put in there.
Okay.
Like-
did you understand that ProjectWise was built with a system that had permissions in terms of who could access particular documents or folders?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, who set the permissions within the system from a tech perspective?
I think Gord was the primary administrator, and then eventually I think Charlie Larchell became the administrator. I think there were some other key users within each section that if they got a new project manager, they could append them to certain projects. I had no authorization for creating or setting who had permissions. I had to go to them.
Okay. In terms of the decision making about who had permissions over particular folders, do you ever remember actually doing any decision making about who could have access and who could not?
No, it was a working. It was designed to assist the working groups. So the managers and the senior project managers were mostly involved in those discussions. I mean, who you give this to and who works on this, that's what they knew, and who they wanted to have permissions. That was mostly done at that level.
Okay. So you don't recall ever being directly involved in deciding what permissions would be on any particular?
It's highly likely that I was involved in a discussion, but I don't specifically recall, and they knew better than I on who they wanted to have permissions on.
Okay. Do you recall that there was a director's office folder within ProjectWise?
I believe that, yes.
And did you ask for that director's office folder to be set up?
I assume I did, but I don't recall.
How did you intend to use the director's office folder for what topics?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't recall what I put in there or what I might have put in there.
Was it your practice during your tenure as director to save documents into the director's office folder within ProjectWise?
If I was looking for space and I had, some document that was taking up space or that I was no longer using, that I felt, that needed to be saved for some reason, then it's very possible that that's one spot that I would put it.
Okay. Were you aware of the permissions that limited access to that folder?
I don't recall now, but I was likely aware at the time. I mean, it was a director's folder. I'm not sure whether the managers had a view or whether it was just me and Diana, and I was just using it as a repository. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall at least that that you and Diana had access to that folder?
I would assume so, but I can't. I mean, I don't know for a fact whether. I believe that's the case.
Okay. I mean, you certainly had access to
I
it.
yes,
I'm
I
not
had
sure
access.
you're not sure about
I
Diana?
believe Diana had access.
Okay.
I don't know, not aware of whoever else. All the administrators obviously had access, including Gord and Charlie and everyone else. So.
Okay. And you're not sure whether that director's office folder had permissions that extended to your managers?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you use that folder to store confidential human resources information?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you intend it to be a confidential place in which you could store materials that you didn't want staff to be able to come upon if they were at ProjectWise?
No, that was my computer.
Okay. So that you just didn't see that folder in that way?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And I think you said that if you were looking for a place to store something, to get it out of your inbox, I presume you might save it in the director's office folder. Was there any other kinds of documents of a particular kind or a particular size that you would use the director's office folder to store?
No, I mean, I knew ProjectWise was for sharing, so or as a repository for a place of reference. So I mean, that's the type of document. We're going to need this in the future. Someone going to need this in the future. Someone going to need this for background. Is it going to provide something? So that's the type of things that I would put in there. I can't think of anything else.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm seeing that the time is now 11:30, our usual time for a break.
Sorry, I was unmuted. I was muted there. Yes, that's fine. Let's take a break. We'll return at 11:45.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, I have a few questions about the pavement and materials technology reports that Golder was retained on and prepared for the city. Registrar, can you pull up overview document 5, page 24, please? Thank you. So I understand in 2009, the city retained Golder to complete a pavement materials and technology review. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And was that about all the roads in the city and their pavement and materials?
Yes.
Was this retainer and the project because the city had concerns that the pavement in the city was underperforming in terms of durability?
Yes, I mean, I sat on a number of other committees with other municipalities, and we weren't the only ones that were experiencing problems with asphalt. So in order to they say you can't fix something unless you monitor it. So we started in with this and to try and figure out what we were doing and what our condition was at the time, to try and get better.
Okay. Registrar, can you actually pull up page 24, page 25 as well, please? Mr. Moore, just reviewing, Golder prepared a report on phase 1, and in the introduction at the bottom of page 24, Registrar, can you pull out the bottom of page 24, please? The indented text. It says here that the concern was about the quality of the newly constructed as well as rehabilitated pavements and the long-term performance of the pavements. And so this review was intended to assess the quality of materials and construction.
One of the review is focused on the construction quality, including. Yep. Okay.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I believe so.
Registrar, can you close this down? And just stopping here because we're in 2009. Apart from the retainer for the phase 1 of the PMTR, did the city have other retainers with Golder for other contracts?
I believe they were on the roster system for geotech as a pavement expert. So I wouldn't call them retainers. They were given specific projects to do.
Okay. Did they have specific projects that they were retained to do?
Other than this one, at that point in time, I don't know whether there were any others.
Okay. With you being involved as part of a project, were there any other projects with Golder where you had sort of a direct involvement?
Well, this one was across the division type of thing. It affected not only eventually what we were going to specify and how we would specify it in those abilities. So, I mean, that's why I was involved in this. It wasn't a specific investigation into a single project that some project manager would handle. So that's why I was involved with this one. I don't, if they were of that nature, if they were administrative in nature or affecting that type of thing, then it's likely that I would have been the project manager.
Okay. And so sitting here today, this is in 2009, the Red Hill is open, so that their work with the construction of the Red Hill is concluded. Did you have any projects that you were working on, either directly or indirectly, where Golder was involved as the consultant?
In 2009?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Okay. In 2010, phase 2 of the PMTR starts. Registrar, can you bring up OD5, page 27, paragraph 58, please? Thank you. So this is a call out of the draft phase 2 proposal. And it was for a thorough review of the type of asphalt mixes used by the city and their suitability for the intended application that will be carried out. And then it lists a number of different mixes that were going to be assessed. And you remember approving Golder to complete this project, this phase 2?
I do, yes.
And again, that was related to asphalt mixes generally to be used on city roads. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that this was a project that crossed divisions, I think is how you put it. And so that's where you were involved. Was there a project manager who actually dealt with the day-to-day of this project with Golder?
Me.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? I'm going to get into some other Golder contracts, but just stopping there on that last answer, where you were the project manager on the PMTR phase 1 and phase 2. Did you have other projects where you viewed yourself to be the project manager while you were director?
Up until this time?
Well,
Or
this is
in the future?
At all. I'm just sort of trying to understand how you divided your time and whether you acted as, in effect, a project manager on other projects.
I can't recall specifically other projects at this time. I mean, this one was unique in that we were trying to deal with an issue that was citywide, and how we dealt with things. It's not something that one section within the division would have been able to address. Eventually, it came with recommendations on how we should tender things, how we should check things, how we should inspect things, how we should deal with contracts. So it needed my oversight to approve the recommendations that we were going to implement within the division.
Yes, I think we have your evidence on that. But in terms of other projects where you had that kind of role, where you had a really direct oversight project management function, can you think of any other projects, apart from dealing with Golder, and I wasn't clear before, with any other project where you took on that kind of role?
If they were Red Hill related, I may have done some, but I can't specifically recall an instance or a project at this time.
Okay. And can you recall any projects that were not related to Red Hill where you took on that direct project management role?
Only in respect to further asphalt studies that we did. Trying to think whether there was any consultants or any projects that we worked on that were administrative, in nature type of thing, but I can't, nothing comes to mind.
Okay. Do you recall engaging with consultants directly on any other project with any other consultants besides Golder?
If we had consultants that were engaged in a bridge design or some other complicated design within the city or study, it wouldn't be unusual for me to sit in on a meeting and engage, the consultant.
Sorry, I don't think my question was clear.
Okay.
Did you have any other projects that were not about the Red Hill and not with Golder where you dealt with, I'm going to use retainer. I recognize there's a roster, but where you dealt with the selection of the consultant, you dealt with the work of the consultant and their scope, you dealt with invoicing, all of those things that a project manager usually does?
I can't recall a specific occasion.
Okay. So is it then fair to say, apart from your interactions with Golder over time, and we'll go through those, that you didn't have direct interactions with consultants during your tenure as director of engineering?
I don't know that to be the case because I can't recall a time, but there may have been, but I just can't recall. I can't say either way.
Okay. You had said earlier that you didn't think in the 2009 to 2010 period that Golder had any other roster assignments or projects with the city. I understand that Golder did have some ongoing involvement with instrumentation on the Red Hill. Is that right?
That's correct. They were involved in the initial instrumentation. So there was an ongoing thing there for, I believe, 2 years after we opened.
Okay. What was the ongoing thing that they were doing?
Oh, they were required to monitor and report. I believe the reporting aspect went to, or was supposed to go to Rich Shabib within our corridor management group. The information that came from that monitoring station down near Queenston Road. So,
and okay, just so that I understand the nature of that data that was collected from the instrumentation, did that include traffic counts?
I believe there was ability within that traffic volumes, speed, loading information, as well as strain information down through the pavement.
Okay. And can you explain for me as a layperson, what's the strain information?
So I'm trying to put this in
Simply.
very layman's terms as best I can.
Thank you.
When you apply a load or the tire goes over the pavement, it it induces a force or pushes down on the pavement. And the pavement actually yields or bends under that load. And all the different layers transfer that load or force or impact down to the bottom layer. And the way to measure, because it's bending out, if you blew up a balloon to measure, the force on the outside of the balloon, you'd measure that in strain on the outside membrane of the balloon. Well, it's the same thing. You're measuring that strain or how much the asphalt deforms on the bottom layer, and that's the strain.
Okay.
I hope that's
helpful. So in terms of the data that was provided to Mr. Shabib, did that include the strain data?
He would have got it all, but he would have been more interested in the volumes and types of vehicles, because there was an ability there to identify, a truck over a car type of thing by the load. So I'm not quite sure the format in which that was given to Mr. Shabib or how he incorporated it, but I know that's what they were, the original intent of doing that for the 2-year period.
Okay. But to your knowledge, Mr. Shabib was not doing any analysis on the strain. He was really focused on
that wasn't
volume and traffic counts, because he's in corridor management, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Registrar, can you close this down and pull up OD6, page 11, please? Mr. Moore, on February 1st, Dr. Uzarowski sent you an abstract for a proposed paper. It was entitled TAC, Attack Transportation Association Conference 2013. And the paper title in the abstract was Evaluating Performance of Perpetual Pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway 5 years after construction. And it included a relatively short abstract. Registrar, can you call out the indented text on this page, please? So here you'll see it references in the third paragraph. The first two are about descriptions. 5 years after construction, the pavement is in excellent condition in light of the fact that pavement on the RTVP was the first perpetual pavement constructed in Canada. A condition inspection of the pavement will be carried out. It will include a visual distress inspection, falling weight deflectometer. I'm going to keep saying that incorrectly. Deflectometer.
Yep.
Testing and smoothness measurements using an inertial profiler. And then it says this paper discusses the advanced material characterization tools that will be used during the design, that were used during the design phase to evaluate the quality of the asphalt mix. And the very last line, finally, the paper will discuss the various field investigations carried out on the RTVP in its 5th year. Registrar, can you close this down and bring up page 12 as well? Its 5th year of service, and a detailed analysis carried out to evaluate its performance to date and to evaluate the impact of measured performance on its life cycle. So that says, as I understand it, 2 things. One, first, 5 years after construction, the pavement is in excellent condition, that there's going to be some evaluation done, and that this paper is going to discuss the evaluation after it's completed. Is that how you understood the abstract when you received it from Dr. Uzarowski?
Well, that's the way that was proposed. Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And do you remember having discussions with him about jointly writing this paper before he sent you the abstract?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you solicit an abstract for the TAC paper in respect of the Red Hill from him?
No, that it tended to come the other way around.
Okay. Registrar, can you call out paragraph 19, please? And you respond, I don't see anything that is using the data gathered over the last 5 years or the evaluation of the performance. Everything is just a rehash from the original design and previous work. I can't really support this going forward as is. So the data gathered over the last 5 years, is that the data that we were just talking about, the instrumentation data?
Well, yes, I believe so.
Okay, and
That was the data that was gathered.
right. And Golder didn't have an assignment to analyze that data. They were just collecting it and giving it back to the city. Is that right?
Well, given that there was no real capability at the city to analyze that data, as gathered, I don't recall specifically, but I thought that was part of their work.
Okay.
You know, the idea is you're gonna monitor this. You're gonna monitor it. You're not just gathering the data, but you're going to look at it. If there's any big problems, you're going to let me know.
That's how you, sitting here today anyways, that's how you understood it?
I believe that's how I understood it.
Okay. And you go on to say, I don't see anything about the evaluation of the performance. So just at this point, had any of the field investigations that are referenced in the abstract been completed?
No. Not that I'm aware of, no.
And maybe I'll rephrase, you hadn't asked Golder to go and complete, smoothness measurements or falling weight deflectometer measurements at this point?
No.
Registrar, can you close that down? The abstract says the pavement is in excellent condition 5 years after construction. You didn't have any analysis or data or evaluation of the pavement to confirm that statement that Dr. Uzarowski put in the abstract, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe so. I mean, I don't believe we had done any, pavement monitoring to that date on the facility.
So did you view the abstract as a bit of a preliminary pitch from Golder to ask for an assignment to complete the evaluations that are set in the abstract?
I don't believe I did at the time, especially with the first one, especially since I rejected it. Ludemire had done a number of papers on the Red Hill, starting from day one. Some of them, most of them were related to the design and the perpetual pavement, the construction of the perpetual pavement. The Red Hill was a very good source of expanding the knowledge of asphalt. It was there was a lot of new technologies, from the SMA to the perpetual pavement to the way we placed it to the specifications within the contract documents. Everything had advanced knowledge of that type of paving, and frankly, we were very happy to support and share that information with the pavement groups, whether we're user groups or CTAA or the hot mix producers or wherever that was. But when I read this one, I believed it was there was nothing substantially new in it, the way it was written there, anyways.
Sure. So I think you gave some evidence last day about some of the papers that you co-authored with Dr. Izarowski about the Red Hill. And those often went by and large in parallel with paid work that Golder was doing for the city. You remember?
If they were doing something, then they wrote a paper about what they were doing.
Right. And so my question before, and you may have already answered this, but just to rephrase it, did you understand that Dr. Izarowski was suggesting doing a evaluation 5 years after construction that the city would pay for his consulting services, and then to do this paper relatedly?
I don't believe so at the time. I believe the paper came first. The suggestion to do the paper came first in this case.
Mhm.
Had we had other discussions that would have said, hey, it's been 5 or 6 years, we should go out and look, then we would have seen that we would have seen the proposal for that.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We can go to the proposal that comes next. Would that be helpful?
Well, yeah, sure.
Registrar, can you go to page 15 of this same document, please? So going to the bottom of this page, Dr. Izarowski emailed you and says, as discussed this morning, and then he attached 3 different proposals of work. Do you remember having a meeting with him on March 1st before he sent these proposals?
No, I don't.
Okay. Registrar, can you also bring up page 16, please? So you'll see here, this is just the summary. One of the proposals is activating the instrumentation on the RHVP. The second is phase 3 of the PMTR. And the third is the pavement condition evaluation 5 years after construction. You remember receiving those proposals?
Not specifically, but I recognize these as things that we were looking to do, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna start with the second thing, the phase 3 of the PMTR. And that's summarized in paragraph 30.
Mhm.
Golder was offering to implement phase 1 and phase 2 recommendations about quality assurance and about asphalt mixes and about the pavement management system, and to make recommendations. So really this was bringing together phase 1 and phase 2 and actually figuring out how to implement it within the city. Do you remember that?
Yeah, this was my initiative. This was a follow-up to 1 and 2. We now need to have some training and develop specific language within our specifications and policies and protocols for ensuring we achieve what we're looking to do.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if let's go next to the activate the traffic monitoring and pavement response. This is the first of the proposals. Registrar, can you pull up GOL 3776? And can you call out the first paragraph and the bullet points? Actually, the first paragraph, the bullet points in the second paragraph. So this is a proposal, and it says the city has requested that the pavement instrumentation collection system, both for traffic monitoring and pavement response, be reconnected for online downloading. And then it has 5 bullet points for the scope of this project. The first is activating the existing traffic monitoring and pavement response monitoring systems. So just so I'm clear, this is in 2013. What does it mean to activate the existing traffic monitoring and pavement response program? Because that sounds to me like it had not been activated before 2013.
So more appropriately should have said reactivate, but
Okay.
it had been working for the 2 years afterwards. But you actually had to go out to the little building and download the information and then transfer it in.
Right.
At the time it was built, online capability wasn't really a thing.
Mhm.
So because it was a 2-year thing, it stopped in 2009.
Right.
And I don't know that I had really been aware of that. I think I went to Rich one day and said, do we have this information? And, we haven't had it since 2009 because it stopped. So, I think there was a number of questions and initiatives that this type of information was good to support. So it was, can we get this back up and running? And Rich said, well, if you do, make sure that it has the capability of that I can just log on to a website and get it myself. We don't want to have to go out there amongst the traffic anymore. And then, so that's,
Through the instrumentation that was going to be on the Red Hill, and you wanted the data, right?
we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars installing this capability, and we didn't want it to sit there idle. So to
Right.
spend a couple of tens of thousands of dollars in order to get it up and running and have this capability, and it's very good information, for design of future stuff and monitoring from an asset management point of view of how much traffic's been on there and what is the loading and verifying our design assumptions in terms of traffic and strain. So
Okay. In the last paragraph, it says, this proposal covers only data collection, downloading, and storage. It doesn't include data compiling and analysis. And so just, I don't know if this refreshes your memory about the scope of Golder's work in the first 2 years, and whether it included data compiling and analysis. It certainly doesn't here.
yeah, I don't know how we proposed to get around that, or whether it was simply we now, after the fact, had that capability of analyzing it ourselves, or we were going to gather it all, say, over a 10-year period and then have it, lumped, or 5-year or 2 years, every 2 years, send it to somebody and say, tell us what this says. I don't recall now what our plan was, or whether we were planning to ask Golder to later do an analysis on it, or whether it was going to be incorporated as part of the next proposal that you're going to show me.
I am going to show you in the next proposal. Registrar, can you close this down? And could you go into a GOL 3779? So this is the third of the proposals that Dr. Zarowski sent you.
Right.
And this is the 5-year condition evaluation. And he sets out 3 large bullet points of scope. Registrar, can you pull out the 3 bullet points? So the first is field, sorry, if you can pull out all of them. Yeah, exactly, thank you. Field investigation. One is a windshield visual condition inspection. That's actually driving the road, right?
Yes.
Then there's the inertial profiler testing to determine the International Roughness Index, the IRI. I think you said before that doing that testing was part of the roads program through asset management.
We did that for every road in the city, like I said before, yes.
Okay. The next is the FWD testing. And the next one is the rut depth measurement if feasible. So those are the field investigations. And then there's the analysis of compiling that collected data and evaluating the current condition. comparing the measurement performance to the performance anticipated for 400 series highways and setting a baseline for future comparisons. And then finally, they're going to do a report that sets that all out. So starting with field investigation, how familiar were you with the data or the metrics that emerge from doing a falling weight deflectometer test?
Very little. I mean, if you told me it was 12 or 3 or 22, I wouldn't know. I know what it is and basically what it was used for. I mean, we've done that on several of our roads, you know, to identify a condition. You know, was it the subgrade that was faulty? Was it the layers of asphalt? You know, those types of things.
It's in essence, it's a structural condition evaluation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you weren't familiar with the metrics that go into analyzing the structural condition evaluation?
No.
Okay. What about the inertial profiler testing or the IRI?
I know it's a machine that drives on the road that has a number of sensors and comes up and through the computer generates this index from which we can make a decision on, given that we have a database of, and there's some sort of standard against which you can compare.
Right. Okay. When you looked at these proposed steps in this proposal, did you understand at the time in March 2013 that any of these investigations would assess the frictional characteristics of the pavement?
I don't believe so.
Okay. One of the things that Golder proposes in the second bullet point under analysis, the second sub bullet point under the second bullet point, is a comparison of measured performance to performance anticipated on 400 series highways. What were you expecting him to produce in terms of this comparison to 400 series highways?
The performance of the pavement.
Okay, but what metrics were you expecting him to include in terms of the performance of anticipated 400 series highways?
Those can measure it with what you're measuring, the rutting and the roughness.
Okay. Were you expecting him to do a detailed analysis that said on 400 series highways, you know, the expectation is XYZ, and here we have on the Parkway XYZ, and so we're comparing those? Or were you expecting more of a, you know, it's as good as a 400 series highway, you know, something that was sort of qualitatively a bit more vague?
Yeah, I don't know that I turned my mind specifically in detail to that, other than, you know, okay, we're going to get some comparison to other highway pavements. So I'm not sure exactly what I was expecting.
Okay.
Now at this time from then.
My question was, were you expecting sort of like to put it simply, the sort of a thumbs up, thumbs down comparison, or were you expecting a detailed analysis?
I don't think I was expecting a detailed analysis, especially for the value of what he was proposing.
Okay. In your view, did you think a comparison to 400 series highways for the Red Hill would be useful for you to have?
This is the only facility of its kind that the city owns.
Mm-hmm.
And the only other roadway that is close to it would be 400 series highways. So to have some sort of gauge that says, you know, they're getting rutting out on 403 and you're not getting rutting. They're getting pavement breakup on Highway 407 and yours is seems to be reacting, you know, far better in that case would be a good thing to have. I don't think, or otherwise, it's
Sure.
it's performing the same.
Okay. Did you expect Golder to analyze the results from their field investigation and provide a narrative description of the assessment with the data?
Yeah, if they're doing an initial profile or an FWD and rut measurement, I'd expect them to analyze that information and give me the, you know, what that means.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you. That's Golder's value add for this project. You could have gone out and contracted people to do, subcontractors to do this work.
Right.
But Golder provides the analysis, right?
Yeah, but they don't. Golder has the ability because they knew what was built, how it was built, why it was built, and all the background behind it. So any, like you said, value added is in that. I mean,
yeah.
Otherwise, someone's just looking at numbers.
Right. Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to page 17 of OD6, please. Actually, it might be easier to go into the document itself. If you can go to GOL 2973, please. So here, this is your response to, excuse me, this is your response to the 3 different proposals. You say, yes, 5-year condition, go ahead, 23,500. You say the instrumentation, yes, go ahead. And then you say on the PMTR phase 3 to do the first 3 points. I'm not going to go back to that, but you're modifying their scope and authorizing a slightly lesser amount, and then holding off some of the sections that he's proposed for future assignments.
Right.
Did you need anyone else's approval within the city to approve these proposals in terms of their dollar values?
I don't believe so. I believe at the time as a director, I had up to $100,000 per assignment. And as they were under the roster system, that was, I believe, the upset limit as well at the time. Mm-hmm. As long as there were budgets available underneath the relevant categories, then I know there was a time when I only had a $50,000 limit and it went to $100,000, but I don't know when that occurred. I believe it was before this. So I believe that this was, I had authority for awarding these without any further review.
Okay. And you said as long as there was budget within the particular roster category. So you had funds earmarked for the roster category that Golder fell under, the geotechnical. Is that right?
Well, it was more of the specific, like the PMTR would have come out of a design administration account. Red Hill Valley instrumentation probably would have come out of a traffic account and the 5-year evaluation, it probably had a separate, I think we had a standard investigation and standard review account or something of that nature.
Okay. So is that to say on that last point, the engineering services had earmarked some amount annually for investigation and standard review?
Yes.
Okay. And when you said that the instrumentation contract would come out of traffic, you mean within corridor management? Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Not traffic, not John Mader's group.
Not John Mader's group. No.
So Golder had this prior experience on the Red Hill and familiarity with design. Is that why you determined them to be appropriate for a roster assignment for these 3 proposals?
Well, the PMTR, I mean, they'd done 1 and 2. I had seen Ludomir present at countless presentations, and I knew his that he was held in high regard in the asphalt industry with regard to his knowledge of those types of things and his ability to deal with asphalt standards and designs and specifications and those types of things, which is why we got involved initially.
Right.
So it was an ongoing working relationship that we regarded with Ludomir and Golder as experts in this field.
Okay. And they had the familiarity with the Red Hill on the first 2 projects.
Yes.
Okay. Does Diana Cameron do the preparation of purchase orders for you?
Yeah, I might mark up one in hand, and then she would prepare it and whatever the process would go through.
Okay. And am I correct that the fact that there had been an assignment of a roster project got listed on a chart for each roster category?
That's correct.
And as roster captain for the geotechnical category, you kept that chart?
I did.
And was that chart available to anybody else if they wanted to look at it?
That chart was reported to purchasing several times a year. I think at one time it was quarterly.
Okay. Was it saved in a place where other staff within engineering services, non-financial staff could access it?
I believe it eventually was. I don't recall at the time because it was necessary. We went through during the first of each year type of thing to say, okay, where are we going to need a consultant? What's the likelihood of the extent of the fees to make sure that there was an equity amongst the assignments for all those on it. So if a project manager then needed to get that consultant, I believe we put it somewhere where they could go and see it. But I don't know when we implemented that or when that capability came about. And I'm not sure whether this was just saved on a portion of my M drive or not. I'm not sure.
Okay. So Registrar, you can close this down. When Golder first proposed the 5-year pavement condition evaluation that we just looked at, it didn't include any component for friction testing, right?
That's correct.
At this point, so this is March 2013, to your knowledge, had the city conducted any friction testing on the Red Hill since it opened?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, and I think you said before to your knowledge at the time, you were not aware that the MTO had conducted friction testing.
Yeah. In fact, we never conducted the friction testing initially. It was done by MTO, and then us transferred that the results through Ludemir and Golder.
Yeah. So you were asked in your first attendance at the inquiry about the sustainability plan. And you said at the time that you didn't give any feedback about the skid resistance section in that sustainability plan, because once you built the road, then it becomes an asset management type initiative. Do you remember giving that evidence?
I believe I do.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up the sustainability plan? It's HAM 320. And if you can go to image 26, please. So this is in the main part of the Stantec document, talking about sort of the benefits of sustainability plans. Registrar, if you can call out the 4th paragraph, the expected traffic patterns. Actually, Registrar, can you call it that paragraph and the next paragraph as well? So here it says the expected traffic patterns were similar to those associated with 400 series highways. And so the deterioration models and expected life service should be based on MTO performance models for 400 series highways. Did you understand at the time as the Red Hill opened that there would be increased traffic patterns over time that would reflect 400 series highway traffic patterns?
I'm not sure what that means. I mean, we're a 90-kilometer facility, and it's 2 lanes in either direction. So I don't really know that. I don't know what that it would reflect like a 400 series highway, other than, you know, it's got interchanges, not intersections, and it's a separate facility. There's not mixed traffic. You're not pulling out beside someone to pass in the other lane type of thing. So those types of yeah, it looks like a highway.
Okay.
I guess I'm not quite sure what you were asking in that case.
Fair enough. I'll move on. Registrar, can you bring up image 94? So this is just the front page. This is the Appendix A, which is the actual sustainability plan for the Red Hill and the Link. And Registrar, can you go now to image 100, please? So you'll see at the bottom under inspections and monitoring pavement condition. Registrar, can you call that out under 2.2? So it says pavement performance is affected by a large number of variables. Most are considered at the design stage, and pavement condition tends to deteriorate over time, and sometimes it's faster or slower than the predicted performance. And so the sustainability plan suggests a monitoring program to provide pavement condition information and identify deficiencies. And you'd agree that that's what a good monitoring program would do?
We do that with all of our roads.
Registrar, can you close this down and go to image 101, please? And can you bring up 102 as well? And I think I spoke too soon when I pulled those out. And just for comprehensiveness, can you, Registrar, pull at the top 2 bullets on page 101? These are the other 2 benefits of the monitoring program: identify areas with the possibility of premature failure and allow for adjustments to address changes in predicted pavement condition. you'd agree those are also things that a good monitoring program does.
They should, I don't disagree with that.
Okay. Can you close that down, Registrar? So the sustainability plan suggests 4 different items to do as part of a monitoring program in this section. One is skid resistance every 1 to 2 years, and that's in 2.2.1. The next is surface condition evaluation in 2.2.2. And that's assessed by a high-speed profiler. And so that's the IRI, the inertial profiler we were talking about. And then there's the constructural condition evaluation. I think we talked about the falling weight deflectometer deals with that. And then there's drainage condition, which deals with subdrains and culverts to make sure that if there's any drainage issues. Registrar, can you bring out the summary at 2.3? So you'll see skid resistance is 2 years, surface condition survey is 1 year, FWD testing is every 5 years, and drain inspection every 2 years. So I know that this sustainability plan was not approved by council. Given that there was no, or at least the budget was not approved by council, in your view, which department within the city was responsible for deciding whether to implement the 4 evaluations that we just went through?
Well, given that they go to the condition of the pavement, had they been approved, I would have anticipated that at least asset management would have been centrally responsible, although I don't know who would have carried out the drainage inspection. Could have been done by the operations group. Skid resistance testing, I don't know, because at that time we didn't do any of that. That was something we were totally unfamiliar with, I believe. So in terms of using it as an asset management tool, at least that was my understanding. But I wasn't involved with the asset management group at this time. But
okay, so just stopping and the question I asked, that as I understand it, the budget for the sustainability plan wasn't approved. It's not to say that council had any concerns with the substance of the sustainability plan. Is that your understanding and recollection?
Yes, but if you're proposing to take action and you proposing a budget to do that action and council doesn't approve the budget, then it's sort of de facto you're not going to do what you're proposing to do at all.
Okay, well, I'm going to suggest to you that it would be up to asset management to decide whether to do any of these and find some budget to do them on some sort of schedule. That asset management's hands are not tied from deciding whether to engage in some of these actions. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Commissioner. I'm not sure I understood that question, and certainly not as it relates to how this witness can answer it. But
sure. So as Director of Engineering with oversight over asset management, I'm asking that question, and I'm happy to revise it because I do think I asked a double barrel question. Mr. Moore, do you agree that asset management has the discretion to decide whether to implement one or more of these items? And if they do decide to do that, then they have to find the budget for it.
If they decided to do this, if they had identified that one or more of these issues were relevant in their decision-making process of identifying road conditions and supporting their budget decisions. Yes, I don't know whether, the expected frequency has anything to do with it. That would have been up to their discretion as well. So one or none or all, they're all things that I guess could have been done, but the report was authored through the asset management group. So I guess that's who would have been looking for direction from council on it.
Okay. So Registrar, can you keep this, call it up and call it on the other page, GOL 3779. And so just going back to the proposal that Golder first made on this condition evaluation, I see some significant overlap in terms of the initial profiler testing and the falling weight deflectometer. And I think the RUT depth goes to the surface condition survey. Do you agree?
They are the same thing, yes. Those are all things that if some division was going to do this, it would be asset management who would be engaging with these, assessing these types of actions. Is that right? I'm sorry, in which group?
It would be asset management, I think you've said, who would be assessing whether to engage in these types of investigations.
These are pavement condition assessment tools, and asset management responsible for assessing the pavement conditions.
Okay. So you said earlier how busy you were as the director of engineering. It sounds like you had a very, very full plate. Why are you individually the person who is dealing with Golder in respect of this evaluation?
Given my familiarity with the project, it is obviously linked to the proposed paper. I am responsible ultimately with the asset management group. I don't know that I didn't go to asset management to make sure that we hadn't done these things. It's likely that I would have, knowing that these were the types of things that were being done on the rest of the road. So it may have been that, if we haven't done this yet, then we can get it done through this study. So other than that, my interest in maintaining how things were going on the Red Hill.
Okay. And was that interest why you didn't download this project to someone from asset management to project manage for you?
I don't believe it was I don't believe that at this time, what they're talking about for $23,000. I mean, I still was looking for a time frame. I thought this was a very quick in and out with a report coming. So I don't think I anticipated that this was going to be a big drag on my time.
Just in terms of the topic, why didn't you download this to asset management?
I don't know why I didn't at the time.
I think you said, also your interest in maintaining how things were going on the Red Hill. Did you keep this project as basically project manager of this project because you saw yourself as having primary responsibility for the Parkway's continued preservation and pavement condition operation?
No, more of the interest was in the perpetual pavement. And, we had put the money in, and how, from a total package, from a total pavement operation. I mean, operations was out there, looking after guide rails and flooding and those issues, and traffic was out there looking after paint marking and signage and those types of things. So, I mean, it wasn't all encompassing. It was more specifically the pavement in terms of the total performance with regard to the loading and that type of thing.
Okay. Some people have described the Parkway as your baby, or have described the Parkway as your road. Had you heard those kind of characterizations before?
For lack of someone else to be able to go to ask a question, I'm not sure that, I didn't consider it my road. Yeah, I had an interest in it. I'd spent 20 years of my life building it. So yes, I had an interest in it, but there was no one else really with the capability to answer the question. So if people considered me the guy to go to ask a question or give them direction on where to go, that's I can't help. That's where the way they think. So
Okay. Did you tell anyone within the asset management division that you had assigned Golder to do the 5-year review?
I don't recall specifically.
Did you involve anyone else in the project management of the project that came out of this proposal?
Some of this stuff was like the IRI and the FWD, which I knew were standard things within asset management.
Mr. Moore, I'm going to interrupt you. I had a very specific question. Did you
Okay.
involve anyone else in the project management of this project that came out of this proposal? You
I don't
can answer
recall.
that first.
I don't recall specifically, but it's unlikely I undertook a lot of this on my own without consulting with them on some of the aspects of this.
When you say them, you mean asset management?
Yes.
The timeline for the 5-year report on the left-hand side at the very bottom, it is assumed that the project will be completed within 2023 and
2013.
Pardon me. Yes, 2013. And if you can close this down, registrar, and go back into OD 21. Golder did a visual inspection in April of 2013, and then did sorry, registrar, I probably spoke too quickly. OD 6, page 21. And then did, so you'll see in 44 is the purchase order. And then in 45 is the reference to visually inspect the pavement. Registrar, can you go to page 27? And you'll see at paragraph 56, they did the profiler and the FWD testing in May. And then they prepared internally a report that is dated June 2013. Registrar, can you bring up GOL 1428? Thinking if you can pull up the next page as well. So Mr. Moore, this is a draft that at the very bottom on the second page, you'll see has the June 2013 date. And it, you'll just see from the table of contents, it sets out some, the results of the visual surface, visual condition, the surface profile, and the FWD. This is just a working draft. Do you recall if Dr. Uzareski provided you with this working draft to update you about the status of this project?
I don't recall. No, I don't know whether he did or not.
Do you recall if he updated you, not by providing you with this document, but just orally about the status of the field investigations?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
That's all right. Can you go to image 5, Registrar? And if you can pull out the text at the bottom. I recognize you eventually get this in a report, but does this assist you with refreshing your memory about whether Golder gave you an update about this information about the slight to moderate distortions and the slight to moderate cracking that it had observed? I'm sorry, and the timing in or about June of 2013?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Can you close that out, Registrar? And if you can go to image 6, please. And if you can pull out 3.2. So there's a reference in here, even though this is a June 2013 document, there's a reference to ashfall cores taken on August 6th to investigate the longitudinal cracking that was observed in the pavement structure. Do you recall Dr. Uzareski coming to you saying that there had been this cracking and that he wanted to do asphalt core drilling to further investigate it?
I don't specifically recall.
Okay.
I don't. It doesn't
Ring a bell?
No.
But you'd expect if Golder was going to take on some additional work like this, they would have made sure that they approved that with you first.
That was usually the case, yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this out. And if you can go back into OD6, please. You can go to page 8 of OD6. So Mr. Moore, I'm going to go back a few months in time. We were just looking at June 2013, at least the report, back to January of 2013. Registrar, can you pull out the motion that's set out here? So in January of 2013, the Public Works Committee passed a motion to investigate upgrading the lighting on the Red Hill in the vicinity of the Mud Stone Church Road interchanges, and that staff were directed to investigate better reflective signage and lane marking and other initiatives. Do you recall receiving information that PwC had passed this motion?
I do remember this motion. I don't know how I was aware of. I may have been at the meeting when it was passed, so.
Okay. Registrar, can you close that down and go to the next page, please? And if you can pull out paragraph 13. Thank you. So this is an email with Mike Field. He's in street lighting, which is under Mr. McGuire, who is under you in geomatics. Is that right?
Correct.
And then there's Mr. Gallo, and he's in traffic operations. Is that right? Pardon me, traffic engineering. Is that right?
Right field. Copy. Yeah.
It's Ron Gallo.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Ron was at the time.
He's a signs guy.
Well, he was at one time under my section as traffic engineering that looked after traffic signal design. So
I think I misspoke when I said signs guy. I meant signals guy.
yeah.
And this Mr. Field copies Mr. McGuire, who is manager of geomatics at the time.
Right.
And I think you said earlier you were referencing Gord as being an administrator on project management, pardon me, project-wise.
Yes.
You were referring to Gord McGuire, is that right?
Yes, I was. Yes.
And Gary Kirchnop, who is also in geomatics as a senior project manager, traffic planning at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
To your knowledge, was that the team, Mr. Field, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. Kirchnop from engineering services who were supposed to be involved in this motion?
I'm sorry, in which function?
In this motion, in the project that came out of the motion.
No, I think the problem with the motion was that it covered several different groups of staff that were, it shouldn't have been an all-encompassing. It was, when they said staff, it was the royal staff, and usually that type of thing, it was then up to the general manager to decide which staff were most appropriate to deal with it.
Yes, and so from engineering services, did you understand that it was Mr. Field, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. Kirchnop who would be on the team responsible? Not necessarily the entire team, but on the team.
For the lighting component, yes.
Okay. And so you were aware then that the motion could result in countermeasures relating to lighting?
Well, I'd have to go back to the motion to see what it said, but I believe it was investigation.
It said investigate upgrading lighting. And my question was, were you aware that the outcome of responding to this motion could include some recommendations in respect of lighting?
Likely, yes.
And so you wanted to have at least someone on the project team who had lighting expertise.
I don't know that it was, I wanted to have someone on the team. It was who was most appropriate to have on the team.
Yeah.
I mean, again, there's, even though Mr. Field is a project manager for lighting, he's a representative of what we do in terms of maintenance, and didn't have the design capability for lighting as might be needed here, but would give the his services of whatever he could do for them in that regard.
Okay. Did you personally have involvement in deciding who to staff on this project from engineering services?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Who was responsible to ensure that the city staff from engineering services had knowledge such that they could provide a meaningful contribution to the work to respond to the motion?
Well, it appears that there was a discussion held amongst traffic and geomatics to find out who was the most appropriate person to have attend this.
You take that from this email?
Yes,
Okay. So it says in discussing with Gordon Gary, and I think here that's Gary Kirchhoff, who's copied. You're
Yes.
not.
No, I'm not. I'm
So,
not involved in this.
so did you understand that it was Gord and or Gary, Mr. McGuire or Mr. Kirchhoff, who was responsible for determining the project team individuals from engineering services?
If if they were communicating with traffic and trying to figure out who the best put on a team to deal with this motion, then yes, his ability to delegate staff and determine resource levels would have been up to him.
Him, Mr. McGuire, or him?
Yes,
Mr.
Gord.
Kirchhoff? Gord? Okay.
Gord and or Gary, both.
Both. Okay. Did you know SEMA, the consultant by reputation?
Yeah, I'm aware of SEMA.
Did you know Brian Malone personally? He's a principal or was a principal at SEMA.
Brian used to work for the city for a number of years prior to joining SEMA. So yes, I knew Brian.
Did you have any, once you heard that SEMA had been retained to prepare a report to respond to the motion, did you have any reservations about SEMA's expertise to complete a response to assist in responding to the motion?
I don't know that I was aware that SEMA had been contracted. If traffic was stick handling this, then it was there. I don't believe I was involved in the consultant choice or setting up the terms of reference or anything in that regard. So
I'm not suggesting you were. My question was, once you heard about SEMA taking over, maybe I'll stop there. Is it your evidence that you didn't know through the course of their retainer that they were retained on this project? We're going to come to documents, which I think.
Yeah, I don't believe I was initially. I think eventually I became aware of their involvement, but
Okay,
not
so
initially.
when you became aware of their involvement, did you have any reservations about their expertise to complete a report to help respond to the motion?
Well, I mean, a lot of it had to do with traffic issues. So I wouldn't have an opinion on their ability. Traffic assessed what they needed to have and engaged SEMA. So I was familiar with their design capability. I'm sure they provided their background to traffic in terms of their ability to bring to bear their expertise. They're a well-known firm. So I wouldn't have an opinion on their ability to deal with the issues that traffic was asking them to deal with.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, I note the time, it's 10 after 1. Apologies for going a little over our normal lunch break. Would this be an appropriate time to take the lunch hour?
Yes, it would. And since it's now 10 past, let's return it to 25 past 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please, please do so.
Thank you. Registrar, can you bring up overview document 6, page 9, paragraph 13, please? Mr. Moore, before lunch, you said that you didn't have any role in deciding who from engineering services would be on the team altogether in respect of responding to this motion. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
This is an email that we were looking at before from Mr. Field, and in the indented portion in the bottom, he says, it is our opinion that the safety issue should be reviewed holistically. Therefore, the consultant scope should encompass street lighting review and what countermeasure benefits would be attributed to adding lighting. Do you recall having any discussion with Mr. McGuire, Mr. Kirchhoff, or Mr. Field about the scope of the project to respond to the motion?
I do not.
Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can call out paragraph 17, please, which I believe is on page 10. So we're still in January, and Ms. Cameron, your assistant, emailed Mr. Field, Mr. McGuire, and you that John Mader and his group would be taking lead on the motion and would report back to PwC on November 18, 2013. What did you understand taking the lead to mean?
Well, they would stick handle, exactly what it says, the lead. So, when the report went, how it would go back, if they needed a consultant, they would be the responsible authority to addressing this motion back to committee.
Okay. Mr. Mader testified that he viewed the role of taking lead as facilitating the engagement of the consultant, gathering information for the consultant, and putting pen to paper for the draft staff report going back to council. Does that encompass what you view as taking the lead?
I would agree with that.
Mr. Mader also testified that in his view, taking the lead did not mean that his group would ultimately be held responsible for all of the recommendations in the report. Would you agree that staff from engineering services had an important role to play in responsibility over the recommendations that ultimately went to PwC?
Well, it would depend on those recommendations. There could be several groups that would be responsible for addressing them.
Okay. And so depending on the countermeasures that were ultimately proposed, implementing those countermeasures would be a shared responsibility that crossed divisions?
Across public works.
Across public works.
Yeah.
Registrar, you can take that down. So as we talked about before lunch, from engineering services, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Field, and Mr. Kirchhoff were on the project team such that they went to progress meetings with SEMA and that sort of thing. Did you tell Mr. Kirchhoff that you had retained Golder to conduct the 5-year pavement, the 5-year pavement evaluation after you retained Golder in 2013?
I don't recall doing that, no.
Okay. And did you tell Mr. Field that you'd retained Golder?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you tell anyone in Mr. Mader's group that you had retained Golder to conduct the pavement evaluation?
I don't. I don't believe I've seen that there was any relevancy in that to there.
So that's a no.
Likely didn't. The pavement condition had nothing to do with the terms that council was looking for in terms of lighting and paint marking and signage.
Okay. So the answer is you didn't tell anyone in Mr. Mado's group that you had retained Golder?
At that time, I don't believe so, no. For the pavement condition assessment, no.
Was there a repository that would list all of the open roster assignments related to the Red Hill?
Other than the reporting on the roster that went to purchasing, I'm not sure whether there was a central location at that time or not.
Did there become a central location where?
I was trying to think whether they ultimately did. I was trying to think whether I could see anyone else's categories, and I don't believe I could ever see any of traffic's categories or buildings categories or planning's categories, even though there may be some overlap. I don't recall being able to do that, no.
Okay. And did you tell anyone at Golder that the city had assigned SEMA to do a safety audit of the Red Hill?
I don't believe I was aware of that at that time.
When you became aware?
I don't believe I did.
Why not?
I didn't see the relevancy or the linkage between the two.
I have some questions now about lighting on the Red Hill. In 2013, what constraints, if any, did you understand existed in respect of making changes to illumination on the Red Hill?
I'm sorry, so you have to try that again. I'm just.
Sure.
Yeah.
In 2013, what constraints, if any, did you understand existed with respect to making changes to the illumination on the Parkway?
I don't think I'm following. What kind of changes are you referring to? I mean, the types of light bulbs that are in the lights, or widespread the type of lighting that's installed on the road?
Yeah, my question is, what did you understand at the time to be any limitations or prohibitions on making changes to illumination?
Well, there were physical constraints, but there were also the fact that what had been installed was what had been approved under the EA.
What were the physical constraints?
Well, the fact that the Ontario Hydro transmission lines fell over a large portion of the Mud Street interchange, made it difficult, if not impossible, to implement lighting in that area. They won't allow poles in under their transmission lines. So there's those types of constraints. If you were looking to put any additional lighting in, I'm not sure that the bridges were built to accommodate light standards, on the bridges or on the parapet walls or the barrier walls that separated those certain areas. So there was a lot of physical constraints in that regard.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to OD6, page 9 and 10? So you'll see at the bottom of page 9, paragraph 15, there's a list of people. It's a little hard to read with all of their positions, but Mr. White, Mr. Gallo, Mike
Constantini, yeah.
Constantino,
Yep.
Mr. Stephen Cooper, Mr. Field, Stuart Lloyd, I think I haven't missed anyone. That's right. Sorry. Apologies. They met to review the motion that we looked at before lunch. And the minutes of that meeting record that Mr. Cooper become the project manager. And they came up with a list of issues that are reflected in the minutes. And the fourth one down, this is page 10, says, is lighting suitable? Did anyone tell you in January 2013 that part of the mandate for the consultant would be to consider whether the decision point lighting on the Red Hill was sufficient from a safety perspective?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that I was involved in setting up or discussing the mandate or bringing the consultant on board or in the general discussions for this study.
Okay. So just if you can listen to my question carefully, I said, did anyone tell you that that was part of the mandate?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. If they had, would you have had concerns about assigning a consultant to consider the issue of whether decision point lighting was suitable?
I mean, as lighting was not in my purview, I don't know why I would have had, that the review of that. I mean, I assume they were doing it for some factor, but is lighting suitable? I mean, that was a mandate to be looked at. So I don't know why I would have had a concern. I may have had some information to provide had they asked.
Okay. The vicinity of the study area that SEMA was retained to review was the mud/Stone Church Road interchange area. Did you, and this is in 2013, did you personally think that lighting in that study area was sufficient for safe driving?
I don't think I had an opinion either way. I mean, safety wasn't part of something that I was mandated to look at as part of my job. And we had done a thorough investigation as part of the construction of the freeway and the design and the negotiations with respect to the EA and all those approvals. And that's what was implemented. So I don't know why I would have any concern.
Okay. Do you agree that even when one does a thorough investigation as part of construction, it's important to look and assess how the driver actually experiences the road once it's built?
That sounds like a nice thing to do, but I don't know whether it's a practical or reality thing or whether anyone ever does it, but it's not something I've ever been involved with.
Right, because you do the construction and then you pass it on to operations, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Field testified that at some point in the later part of SEMA's work, which just to orient you to time, ran from January 2013 to November-ish 2013. So in the later part of SEMA's work, you conveyed to him that there was an environmental assessment undertaken as part of the design and approvals process for the Red Hill, and that the EA had identified some design constraints related to lighting, and the environment. Do you recall conveying that information to him in 2013?
I remember talking about it that in some fashion. I don't know that it was Mike, and I don't know that it was in 2013. So I do remember that a discussion in that regard. But
so my question is quite specific to what you conveyed to Mr. Field. Search your memory and see if you can recall if you provided any of this information to Mr. Field.
it's information that I would have had, but I don't recall a specific discussion with Mike.
Okay. And when you say you don't recall, are you confident that you did not, or you just can't recall either way?
Oh, I just can't recall either way. I don't, I'm not disputing that it may have taken place, but I don't recall.
I'm just asking because sometimes people view I don't recall in different ways. And so I just want to clarify what you mean when you say you don't recall.
No.
You said that that there had been some, I think you said that there had been some discussion with a number of, I think you used all the letters in the alphabet, all the different commissions and those sorts of things. Did the decision point illumination on the Red Hill involve negotiation with the Niagara Escarpment Commission?
Yes, it did.
And some conservation authorities?
Conservation Authority, Niagara Escarpment Commission, natural resources, as well as a number of other interest groups. There was a group that was interested in the flying squirrels and as a species at risk. So I'm not sure whether Environment Canada was involved in that discussion as well as local interest groups and the public in general.
Okay. You said earlier that there was some environmental assessment related documents sitting on your bookshelf after the Red Hill opened. Did you review the environmental assessment reports that you had on your bookshelf when this motion came to light to upgrade lighting?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall specifically going and pulling it off and reading anything.
Okay. Did Mr. Field or Mr. McGuire ask you for any documents related to environmental assessments, assessment reports around the Red Hill?
Not that I recall. They were there if they needed them.
Did Mr. Field ask you for background information about the history of how decision point illumination came to be on the Red Hill?
I don't recall anything that specific, and I don't recall a specific discussion in that regard.
Okay, so part of SEMA's mandate was to investigate upgrading lighting. That's what the motion said.
Mm-hmm.
To do that, it might have been helpful for them to have background about the history of lighting. Were you asked by anybody to provide, anybody employed by the city to provide that background?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. But you can see that kind of information, given your historical knowledge, might have been very helpful to SEMA.
Yeah, there was a website available that had all of our EA documents and all of our background and every one of our individual reports linked to the city's webpage for a number of years after the project opened. So a lot of that stuff was openly available.
Okay, and was that a website attached to Red Hill Valley Parkway implementation? So like a public facing,
It was a public facing website, yes.
so not the city's website, but a
I
special.
think there was a
website.
link off of the city's website, but I'm not sure how it resided specifically.
Okay, but my question more is, it was a special website for, not on the city's website, not a page on the city's website, but its own website that had information about the Red Hill. Maybe I'll just to help refresh your memory, that the Red Hill Valley project page.
It may have resided as a page within the city's website, but I can't be sure of exactly how that. Wasn't big on how those internet stuff worked at that time.
Okay, no, fair enough. I just wanted to try to understand what you were getting at.
Yeah.
In 2013, and given your experience at the design stage, did you view the potential for upgrading the illumination from decision point illumination to some increased level of illumination? Did you view that to be a politically sensitive issue?
Politically sensitive issue?
You know what, I can rephrase.
Yeah.
Did you see that to be an issue that might engage the public in some public discourse and debate?
I would anticipate that would have been a large part of any discussion, as it was during the EA, especially from adjacent residents and nature groups and the Haudenosaunee interest within the valley.
And given that kind of public discourse that might be anticipated, that would likely engage the politics within city council. Is that fair?
Oh, I would, yeah. It wasn't going to be a staff thing that just did it, that's for sure.
Okay. And so if SEMA did make a recommendation to staff to increase the level of illumination, and if council adopted that recommendation, did you anticipate that increase or change in lighting would have actually been feasible to implement?
I mean, there's possible, feasible, given my experience with the opposition that had occurred during the EA. That would have been up to council to deal with. So, I mean, anything's technically possible, but it would have been extremely difficult or extremely challenging to come up with an approval of that nature.
And it would have been extremely expensive as well. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you express those views about it being challenging and expensive to Mr. Field or Mr. McGuire while SEMA was doing its work?
I don't believe I was aware of what exactly they were doing until I seen the final recommendations.
Okay. I'm going to take you through some documents that to attempt to refresh your memory about whether you saw materials relating to SEMA's work. Registrar, can you go first to CIM 8453 period 0001? And can you have both pages up, please? So this is a progress meeting number 1. It says at the top, it's June 6, 2013. So this is right around the same time that Golder is working on their initial profiler, and they're doing the fallen weight deflectometer, just to orient you in terms of time. This is at SEMA in Burlington, and you'll see that Mr. Cooper, Mr. Field, Mr. Gallo, Mr. Kirchhoff attend for the city, and then there are a number of SEMA employees, including Mr. Malone. You didn't attend this meeting, but I do want to know if anyone raised any of the issues that were addressed at that meeting with you after the fact. So first, Registrar, can you go to the 3rd paragraph from the bottom on page 1, image 1, city okay with SEMA examining? So these minutes don't attribute any of the comments to particular individuals, but it says city okay with SEMA examining high friction pavements on ramps. However, Mainline has a different new pavement that may not be recommended to be overlaid with high friction. So knowing what you know about Mr. Cooper, Mr. Gallo, Mr. Field, and Mr. Kirchhoff, who among those 4 individuals would have knowledge about the different new pavement that may not be recommended to be overlaid?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Had you had any discussions with Mr. Kirchhoff about the nature of the pavement at this point in June of 2013?
I don't believe so. I don't recall any specific discussion in that regard.
And I mean, more generally with Gary Kirchhoff, just had you talked over the course of the years that you worked with him about the nature of the pavement on the Red Hill?
Well, we talked about all that type of stuff. Gary was very interested in all those types of things. So, I mean, he may have been aware. I don't know. He may have talked to asset management. I don't know.
Okay. You certainly sitting here today don't have any particular memory about conveying information about the pavement to Mr. Kirchhoff, Mr. Field, or Mr. Cooper?
It doesn't really make sense to begin with, because you wouldn't overlay the pavement that was out there. You do a shave and pave. You can't simply overlay a highway because of the clearance under the bridges. So, having knowledge of that, I don't know whether they took that into a consideration, but it doesn't seem to be considered here. Typically, you wouldn't simply overlay a road of that nature.
Okay. Maybe I actually don't think I've asked this question. Did anyone convey after this meeting in June back to you that there had been some discussion with SEMA about the potential for a high friction pavement or an overlay on the main line or the ramps?
I don't recall. It doesn't. It likely would have, sparked some memory, because the SMA was the highest friction pavement considered out there. So I don't know what higher friction pavement they would have been considering. So that would have sparked my interest on that had this been made aware to me, but I don't believe it was.
Okay. So I think I heard you, your answer just a moment ago to be that you would not have thought that a high friction pavement overlay would be appropriate on the main line for the reasons that you said, among both the level, the depth of the pavement, and the nature of the SMA. What about on the ramps? If someone had asked you about applying a high friction overlay to the ramps, would you have had a view about that?
Well, the ramps were all paved with FC2, mm-hmm. which is the next highest category of frictional pavement that is considered out there. So I don't know what they would have been considering as a higher friction pavement.
Okay, so at a minimum, you would have wanted more information about why they were suggesting this?
Yeah, it would have sparked interest, and I can't say that I was aware of these types of things.
Okay, and what I'm hearing you say is you would have, this would have raised an interest for you, and you don't in your mind today have any recollection. And so is it fair to say then you're quite confident that you didn't receive information after June 2013 about the potential for high friction pavements on the ramps of the main line?
I can't say with certainty, but
More
this
likely.
appears as something that I would have had interest in, and I can't recall.
Okay.
anything.
Can you close that call out, please? And can you bring up item 4 on image 2? So again, this isn't attributed to any particular person at this meeting, but it says SEMA needs to be cautious with illumination. BC, which I think here is benefit cost, is critical for the assignment due to the political and other design and cost constraints. Site-specific locations are probably better than full illumination. Do you agree that SEMA needed to be cautious about lighting recommendations?
Well, I would hope they would be cautious with all of their recommendations. I don't know that there's any more caution that needs to be done with illumination. I'm not sure whether it was the benefit cost that they needed to be what this was referring to. So it appears that that's what they were talking about.
Okay, there's a reference to political, other design and cost constraints. Is that a reference to the evidence that you gave earlier around the physical constraints and the environmental assessment, to your knowledge?
I'm not to my knowledge. I don't know what they knew.
Okay. And sitting here today, so this is June of 2013, were you the source of the information that was passed on to SEMA about, and I'm just quoting here, political and other design and cost constraints?
I don't believe so, because I don't believe that I was aware that these meetings or that the work was underway of this nature.
Okay. It says site-specific locations are probably better than full illumination. Would you agree that it's SEMA's job to conduct an assessment as to whether illumination was having an effect on the safety of the roads?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Would you agree that it was SEMA's job to conduct an assessment as to whether illumination was having an effect on the safety of the road?
I don't know what the terms of their engagement was, and Mr. Mader's group would have been in a better position to assess what they should or shouldn't have done.
Okay, Mr. Moore, you've been interviewed in this process and you prepared for today. So you do know what their scope was because you've looked at the documents. Is that fair?
So just a moment. Mr. Commissioner, I don't think that's an appropriate question to ask this witness. The witness isn't here to testify on other people's testimony and what the inquiry has already heard as part of this proceedings. He's a witness who's here to testify as to his knowledge of the events as they transpired at that time. So I don't think that's an appropriate question.
Mr. Commissioner, you're muted. Mr. Commissioner, you're muted, sorry.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was muted. Mr. Letterman, I don't think we've had the question yet. I'm going to ask Ms. Lawrence to put the question again.
My question was, in the and maybe I'm rephrasing my question now, in the preparation for today, you have reviewed the scope of SEMA's terms of engagement. Is that right?
I've reviewed hundreds of documents. I don't know whether I can recall this. If you want to show it to me, maybe I can remember seeing it. But other than that, I couldn't tell you what the exact scope of their assignment was.
Okay. I'm gonna move on because we're certainly gonna come to the scope of the engagement, and I'll come back to this line of questioning. I think you said earlier that SEMA's going to do its consultant work, and staff are going to do their recommendations. And I'm putting those things to you. And I think you said earlier it would be ultimately council's decision about whether to go ahead with changes to illumination. Is that right?
Yeah, once they're provided with a full comprehensive assessment of what they're looking for.
Okay. And you would expect, and you did expect at the time, SEMA to provide that comprehensive review?
Well, SEMA is able to provide the comprehensive review. Sometimes it's their information is taken by staff, and additional information is used to provide the information to council in stuff that would be outside of SEMA's ability.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this call it on the document down and go to OD page 29, paragraph 60 and 61, please?
Sorry, Council, which OD?
6.
Okay.
Page 29. And if you can fill out 60 and 61, please. So Mr. Malone is one of those engineers I mentioned earlier who keeps a notebook of his sort of daily events. And his notebook contained 2 entries on June 6, 2013. The first one relates to the meeting, the minutes of which we were just looking at. And the second references a discussion with you with it says 10 o'clock and that appears to be at 10 a.m. Or maybe it's 10 minutes, but it says 10. And it says, Gary Moore, status of the Red Hill review, reasons why a design as is lighting X through Red Valley enviro constraints. And so I think you testified earlier that you knew Mr. Malone personally because you had worked at the city with him.
Yes, that's correct.
And did you work in the same division of public works with him?
No, he worked at the city in the traffic department, and I was at the region in the freeway project office.
Okay. But you knew who he was?
I knew who he was, yeah.
Mr. Malone testified that he gave you an update as to what SEMA was doing on the project. Do you recall him giving you an update as to SEMA's work on the project?
I can't say that I remember a specific, I assume this is a phone call or?
He testified it was a phone call.
I mean, I know I talked to Brian a couple times, maybe 2 or 3 times over a period of years, but I can't say I remember specifically this discussion.
Okay. Do you remember anything about this discussion?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember having a discussion with Mr. Malone in that occurred in 2013?
I know I talked to Brian like I said, a couple times, but I couldn't tell you when it was.
Okay. The inquiries received information that suggests that you talked to him once in 2013, primarily about lighting. and then once in 2015, primarily about friction results. Are those the two conversations that you recall?
They're most likely the instances that I recall speaking to him. I can't, picture sitting in my office talking to him or, anything like that.
Okay. I'm going to put some points to you in hopes of refreshing your memory. At this time in June of 2013, SEMA is assessing the warrants for illumination. Do you remember having a discussion with Mr. Malone about full illumination being warranted on the Red Hill?
No, I do not.
Mr. Malone testified that you conveyed that lighting was, and I'm quoting from him, prohibited or not permitted through the Red Hill Valley, and that the reason was for environmental assessment constraints that had been passed when the facility was originally designed and ultimately approved, and that there was a federal and a provincial environmental assessment process that was carried through for the facility. Does that refresh your memory about this discussion with Mr. Malone?
No, I don't.
Okay. And do you take any issue with what I just put to you in terms of the information that you had at the time about the history of illumination on the Red Hill? To you again, I just want to understand if you have any difference in terms of what Mr. Malone understood the lighting to be and what you understood the lighting issues to be.
Yeah, I mean, the lighting that's there was the lighting that was approved.
Mm-hmm.
What was approved was what was negotiated in order to achieve a successful, I remember it was the impact assessment and design process document, which documented what we were going to build, which supported our EA submission to the province. So it was a commitment. This is what we will build if you give us an approval. I mean, it's, you read it that way, it's, that's what's allowed to be built. If you want to change that, you've got to change your approval process. So if someone, read that as nothing else being allowed, I can't comment on that, but I mean, that's how I understood the light, whether it was the lighting or, the fact that we were only 2 lanes and 6, not 8 lanes, and, why a number of ramps weren't built and different access bridges. It was in the approval process that we achieved this is what we will build, and this is what we were given approval to build.
Okay. And so at the time when the EA was approved, it was your understanding about that the decision point illumination was what had been approved.
That's correct.
But was it also your understanding through that EA process that full illumination had not actually been adjudicated or assessed or considered under the EA because of the agreement to go with decision point illumination?
Full illumination was originally proposed for the entire facility. And it was on that basis on which we received the feedback. I mean, the Niagara Escarpment Commission was trying to protect, the view shed of the crossing through the escarpment, and they no way or shape or form wanted full illumination. They wanted the minimal amount. In fact, they wanted no illumination, if I remember correctly, because they didn't want any lights shining on the natural environment of the escarpment. And we were able to achieve the decision point lighting that was installed there to those locations. And then, which fit in with other objections along the way. The residents that butted it didn't want, their backyards lit up all night long because that was what it would have done had the full illumination. People in charge, even in adjacent to interchanges, weren't even happy with the minimal amount of lighting that we did do. So I don't know what level of assessment of full lighting you're looking for, but discussion with all these groups was very fulsome with regard to continuous illumination rather than the decision point lighting.
My question was specifically that the EA didn't have anything that had grappled with the issue of full illumination and rejected it. Is that right?
No, I don't know that for a fact. There are hundreds of documents in there and letters, so I'm not sure that that's on what level it's rejected, other than I said that the original design was contemplated. It was discussed with, as was geometrics, as was roadway width, as was how much tree removal we're going to do, and how, where can we put retaining walls rather than large scale excavations to minimize impact. So though all those types of things were discussed in the EA.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. If you can focus on my question and answering my question first, but if you want to add more after you answer my question, I'm sure the commissioner would be happy to receive it, but if you can really listen to my question.
Right.
Do you see a distinction? And that the distinction I'm trying to get at is an EA that approves decision point lighting would be different than an EA that rejects expressly full illumination.
It's my understanding that that's not the way the EA operates.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Mr. Moore also testified that this call provided him with clarification that lighting was prohibited and that, in effect, that narrowed the parameters of the scope of SEMA's assessment. In other words, he left that conversation with you with the understanding that SEMA's scope of work did not include an assessment or to make a recommendation on illuminating the main line. Did you direct Mr. Malone to exclude illumination on the main line from SEMA's final report?
I don't recall the specifics of the discussion, but I would not and could not direct someone else's consultant that I wasn't involved even in the on the team that was doing this. So I don't know how I couldn't make that.
Okay, Mr. Malone testified that somebody at the June 6th meeting, so Mr. Cooper, Mr. Field, Mr. Gallo, and Mr. Kirchhoff, for the city folks there, that one of them directed him to speak to you and that he understood you to be a representative from the city. Is that how you viewed your role in your discussion with Mr. Malone?
I don't believe so, because I don't know how I would be interpreted to do that when I hadn't been involved in anything to that date, other than maybe as an external reference to the input for the study. And I'm not sure on why Mr. Malone would have come to those conclusions.
Did you understand coming out of this conversation with Mr. Malone that SEMA would not be addressing or referencing the illumination of the main line in its report?
again, I don't recall the specifics or even the discussion in general, but I don't know how I would, understand that.
Putting yourself back into 2013, would you have directed Mr. Malone to not assess illumination on the main line because you viewed it as unfeasible to implement?
I don't believe so. Sitting here today, I don't know, I didn't have the ability to direct him in that nature. The information I provided, I would have thought that he was quite capable of developing an assessment on that basis. Yes, it's possible to build this, but we don't have approvals under the current EA. And to do anything else would require another full EA. But without that EA, you can't really assess the impacts and abilities to put that, to do that. So I don't know anything else further than that.
Okay, so you didn't say anything like, why waste your time doing this scope when it's never going to happen?
No.
And again, to be clear, I'm not saying that Mr. Malone has said that you did that. I'm just suggesting and asking for clarity that you didn't make any sort of comment that would go to that.
I don't know that would have been, we even within, me to do that.
Okay. Did you update Mr. Kirchhoff, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Field that you'd spoken to Mr. Malone?
I don't know.
You can't remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. What about Mr. Cooper, the project manager on the SEMA project? Did you update him that you had spoken to Mr. Malone?
No, I don't recall, but I don't believe so.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to OD 6, page 35, paragraph 77? So the next project progress meeting with SEMA and then the internal city team was on July 4, 2013. And they prepared and presented a slide deck, and minutes came out of that meeting. And on July 4th, Mr. Field forwarded Mr. Appleby's message, which included the PowerPoint and the minutes, to you and to Mr. McGuire and to Mr. Kirchhoff. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Field such that he should keep you in the loop going forward?
I don't believe so. I don't recall any direction in that regard.
Okay, I asked because you hadn't really, from the document, seemed to be very involved into this point, and then Mr. Field copied you, and you're his boss's boss. Do you have any information that would be helpful to explain why Mr. Field sent this to you?
No, I don't. You'd have to ask Mr. Field why he sent it to me.
Okay. Did you review the presentation and the minutes? I'm sorry, I'll take you into that presentation and minutes just so you can see it. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 51990? And if you can scroll down. Does this look at all familiar to you? We can scroll down further.
Yeah, if you scroll down further.
Sure.
Yeah,
and then there's some reference to freeway segments, and then there's references of ramp segments. Mr. Registrar, if you could go down, say to image 8 would be perfect. This might be something that would be, if you did review this, you'd note it.
No, it doesn't look familiar.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up on the other page, HAM 51991? These are the minutes of that progress meeting where this presentation was presented. Do you recall reviewing these minutes?
I can't say there's anything there that jogs my memory that.
Okay, I'll ask you some specific questions about it. Registrar, can you go to image 1 of 990, please? Pardon me, image 2. Thank you. So there's a recap of SEMA's collision analysis results that indicated a high proportion of single motor vehicle collisions, collisions on non-daylight conditions, and collisions on wet road conditions. Do you recall learning of this collision pattern from this presentation?
I don't believe so, because I don't know what the relevance of any of those things are.
Okay. That doesn't help you with determining whether you reviewed this presentation at the time?
No, I mean, if I had read that in detail, I might have had to ask the guys what does this mean, or where's the other information, or what, and that doesn't, I don't recall that.
Okay. And do you recall having any conversation with those individuals? Just so I can understand your last answer. You said, if I read it in detail, I'd have to ask the guys what it means, and I don't recall that. You mean you don't recall having a conversation?
I don't recall any conversation with them in that regard.
Okay. Registrar, can you go back to image 8, please? So this is some segments on the main line around Dartnell. They've segmented out different parts of the study area, and they have a geometry review where they say the length of the speed change shorter than typical design in respect of some ramps. Would that have been something that was noteworthy, would be noteworthy to you if you had reviewed this?
No, I don't believe so. Ramp is westbound off ramp. Shorter than typical. I don't know what any of that, without the background, without the speed, without the full design. I was more the practical guy on how to get it built rather than the ultimate geometrics of design, but that's
okay. Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? There's also a reference to an alignment discontinuity, which is the kink. Had that issue of the kink, which is just the curve not being a perfect curve, had that been raised with you at some point in years past?
It has been raised in years past, but this may, I don't know when.
Okay.
That I do remember discussions.
Yep.
I mean, it's.
I think it goes back as far as under Hart-Solomon. I don't know if that assists.
I believe so. I mean,
okay.
It's still there today.
There's some potential countermeasures, installing PMPRs, which are cat's eyes, installing warning signs, pavement markings, installing width resurfacing, enforcement of high travel speeds. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? And then the last two that are listed under potential countermeasures: pavement friction surface testing / improve pavement friction through high friction pavement. And then there's a drainage review. And then there's a suggestion of changing this, extending the lane for the speed change in 3 areas. And would any of those have been noteworthy potential countermeasures if you'd read this?
If I had read this, it's likely that I would have made comments and review and returned it to the guys.
Okay.
But
did anybody tell you that SEMA was still thinking about the potential of an application of a high friction pavement overlay?
no, I don't believe so.
And did anyone update you that SEMA was considering recommending friction testing?
Again, I don't believe I had that level of involvement in this at this time.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 19, please? So this is in respect of ramp 6, which is the inner loop ramp. You can sort of see it in the picture. Is it clear enough for you?
On Dartnell Road, yeah, it's a Dartnell Road loop ramp. Yep.
I actually think it's the Mud Street ramp, interchange ramp.
No, that's Dartnell Road.
Okay. We'll come back to that. Under geometry review, it says the curve radius below typical design depending on existing super elevation, and then in parentheses, we don't have this information. Did you know that the curve radius of this ramp might be below typical design? Did anyone tell you that, or did you know that before this?
I don't know the relevance of it being below typical design. It may.
The relevance wasn't my question. I just want to know if you knew that this curve radius had the potential to be below typical design.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did anybody ask you for input into the super elevation of this ramp?
Not that I'm aware of.
When you say not that I'm aware of.
Not that I can recall.
Okay. When you say not that I'm aware of, it sounds like no to me, and not that I can recall sounds like I don't remember. Which one is it? I just want your evidence to be clear.
I can't ever remember anyone ever asking me about the super elevation with regard to that ramp.
Okay.
That's the best I can do.
That's helpful. Thank you.
May I just make a comment about that, Mr. Commissioner, which is that to the extent that there's a question as to whether he recalls something or that he has no recollection of receiving that information, in the event that Ms. Lawrence has a document or an email that would assist, then that would obviously be preferable to put that forward to assist the witness in determining whether there's a recollection of a negative event or whether, to the best of his recollection, he never did receive such information.
Mr. Commissioner, you're muted again.
I don't disagree, but I haven't seen any evidence where there's a document that should have been put that wasn't.
Oh. Yeah, no, I haven't either. So I'm just asking if Ms. Lawrence needs clarification as to whether he doesn't recall versus having no knowledge of it, if there are documents that have been produced as part of this inquiry.
I will leave that to Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Commissioner, I will certainly attempt to assist Mr. Moore with refreshing his memory with a document anytime I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore, just before we leave this page, just looking at the picture of ramp 6, if you flip that photo around in your mind, does that now look like the Mud Street ramp?
Okay, I know where that is now.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the freeway headed north, and that's the pond in the center. And that piece of road which was confusing me, is the old Mount Albion Road. So that's the ramp from the Mud Street extension to the freeway westbound. So you're correct. It is portion in the Mud Street ramp. It was throwing me.
It was just.
It's a
the
carbon
map
copy
is
of the Mud Street, of the Dartnell Road interchange, so.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm glad that we could clarify that. Registrar, if you can close these down and go to OD, page 35, paragraph 76. So the same day as that second progress meeting, Mr. Kirchhoff responded to an email from Mr. Appleby, who's at SEMA, who had just sent a copy of the PowerPoint presentation and the minutes, and says, regarding the Parkway mainline pavement treatment, please be advised that the city's asset management section has retained Golder Associates to oversee all testing and monitoring of the specialized surface material. Please contact Ludimir directly. Did you have a discussion with Mr. Kirchhoff, directing him or suggesting to him that he send this note to SEMA?
I don't recall. No, I don't.
Do you recall any discussions with Mr. Kirchhoff about providing SEMA with more information about the pavement structure on the Red Hill?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it more likely or not that you gave Mr. Kirchhoff this information?
Well, it's a little confusing in that, please be advised, the city's asset management section has retained Golder.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little confused in that. It could have been very likely that I did, tell Gary that, if they've got questions on the pavement to contact Golder, and he assumed that it was asset management, whether me directly, but he would have information on the way in motion. So other than that, I can't give you any more clarity.
Okay. And at this time, you hadn't asked Golder to conduct any friction testing, right? This is July 2013. I can tell you when you ask him in September 2013.
Yeah, no, I don't believe the friction testing request was until later on in 13.
That's right. But sitting here today, you can't recall having a conversation with Mr. Kirchhoff about providing this information to SEMA?
No, I do not recall.
Okay. And recognizing that you don't recall, do you recall telling Golder that SEMA might contact them?
It's possible, but I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this out and bring up page 38? And if you can pull out the top of the page, paragraph 85. So I'm just orienting you in time, Mr. Moore. This is in July, late July of 2013. SEMA sent a draft of their report to Mr. Cooper, and Mr. Cooper forwarded it to Mr. Gallo and Mr. Field. You can close that down, Mr. Registrar. Did you review a draft of the draft SEMA report at some point in 2013? I can bring it up if you think it might refresh your memory to look.
That would be helpful,
Sure. Registrar, can you bring up CIM 8118.0001? And if you could just go down into the table of contents. This may or may not help you, but it goes through a collision analysis. It goes through an illumination review. It goes through quite a significant field investigation. I'm not sure visually what would help you to refresh your memory. I will take you into one of these documents, but does this help you in answering the question about whether you reviewed a draft?
I don't believe I did. I don't see anything there that refreshes my memory in that I'm, there's a couple of other items in there that likely would have had interest to me, and I may have taken action, but I don't recall anything.
Okay. Registrar, can you close down the SEMA document and go to page 43 of OD6? And if you can pull out, call it 98, please. So Mr. Cooper does review a draft of the SEMA report, and he writes to Mr. Cooper with his comments on it. And the third bullet point says, the illumination of the main line has been excluded. This decision is based upon information that we provided to SEMA. The exclusion is not well explained. Considering that illumination on the main line was the first request in the council motion to review, I think it should be more, there should be far more explanation as to why it was excluded. So we're in August. Do you recall having any discussion with Mr. Field about the exclusion of the illumination of the main line in the SEMA draft report?
No, I do not. I do not recall any discussion of that nature.
All right. Do you remember over time understanding that SEMA might look at full illumination, and that at the end of the day, that illumination, pardon me, not full illumination of the main line was excluded from their analysis?
Other being aware that they were doing the project and working on various items, no, I don't recall any discussion in that regard.
And again, this is just an attempt to refresh your memory. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Field about SEMA's findings that certain ramps be illuminated? Not the main line, but at certain ramps?
No, I don't believe so, because I think I would have recalled a discussion of that nature. It would have been of fairly significant discussion. I know that there's challenges in that, so, but I don't recall discussing that with Mike at that time.
What do you mean it would have been a fairly significant discussion?
Well, and my understanding is illumination needs to be consistent across the facility. So simply picking and choosing or cherry picking and lighting some ramps and not others, I don't believe is a desirable type of action. It's not to say it can't be done. It's not to say that it isn't done, but I think that would have been my reaction to that at that time, and I don't recall a discussion in that regard.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, it is 20 to 4. We came back from lunch at 2:25. So I've gone well beyond our normal break that we take at 3:15 if we start back from lunch at 2:15. So I'm in your hands as to when you'd like to take a break and for how long.
Okay, I think we should take our break now, and let's take a 15-minute break.
Thank you.
That'll mean we'll be back at 5 to 4.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Excuse me. Thank you. Registrar, can you bring up OD 6 at paragraph 45, pardon me, page 45, paragraph 105, please? Thank you. SEMA provided Mr. Cooper at the city with a document that it called the final draft that had some revisions following Mr. Field's comments and others that we just looked at. And that was on August 23rd. Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 51, paragraph 126, please? Mr. Cooper wrote to Mr. Ferguson, Dave Ferguson, who's now joined the city, and Mr. White about you. And he said, Mr. Cooper said, I was speaking to Mr. Field this morning, and he said that you, Gary Moore, saw the report and was not pleased with the recommendations provided by SEMA. Have you spoken to him about this? Are you aware of anything in particular that he does not like or agreed with? So in reviewing this, and again, this is Mr. Field to Mr. Cooper from you, but it says Gary Moore saw the report and is not pleased with the recommendations. Do you recall by September 19th, had you reviewed a copy of any of the drafts of the SEMA report that the city had received?
I don't recall. I mean, it's apparent here that I saw the report, but I don't recall from this what I was not pleased with. So I don't recall.
But you'll agree that, again, the way that this is relayed, by this point, you think you had seen the SEMA report and the recommendations contained in it?
I don't doubt that I had seen it by this time. I don't know whether I just got a copy of the final draft, maybe in some sort of an agenda review for the staff report or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, you don't remember the details of how you got it. You don't remember if Mr. Field provided it to you, for example?
I don't know.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up CIM 8098.0001? And I'm just going to take you through and ask if this assists in refreshing your memory about what you weren't pleased with. First, can you go to image 8, Registrar? So this isn't a question about whether you're pleased or not, but there's a number of documents that are referenced at the bottom of that page. The impact and design process, a website, and the public consultation report. Do you recall, did you provide Mr. Field or Mr. Malone with these references to these documents?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall providing that information, but that looks like the information that was available on that public facing website.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 44, please? So just before we get here, I'm taking you through aspects of this report. I'm not taking you through all of it. I assume you reviewed it in advance of today to prepare for today. There's various recommendations relating to signage and to pavement markings. Would you be displeased about any of those kinds of recommendations?
I don't know why I would be sitting here today.
Okay, that's not really part of it's not part of your scope. That's absolutely traffic scope, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So looking to this at the bottom, if you can pull out registrar 6.2.1. So this is in respect of the installation of permanent rate payment markings or cat size. Did you have any concerns in 2013 about this recommendation to install cat size?
I don't know why I would.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 25 and 26, please? So there's an illumination review and there's references to the methodology, which says that the decision not to illuminate the entire Parkway section was inextricably linked to environmental concerns and approvals. Were you the source of that information for SEMA, to your knowledge?
I don't believe so. I believe that's in all those other documents that were previously referenced.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to images 27 and 28, please? And can you pull out the section under 4.4.2? And so the illumination results warranted the illumination of certain ramps as set out here. Not all the ramps were warranted to be illuminated, but some were. And maybe I'll take you actually to image 60 and 61, please. And so you'll see this version actually just has it in red, but you'll see it says install lighting on ramp at ramp 5, ramp 6, ramp 7, A and B, and ramp 8. And I can certainly go and take you to where those ramps are. I know they're not all that clear. Was this the part of the recommendations that you were not pleased with?
Yeah, I don't. I know I would have concerns with, fully illuminating a portion of the facility and not fully illuminating from my knowledge of what was preferable and what was not preferable in terms of that. I don't know whether this was specifically what was. Yeah, I guess it goes back to Mike's letter. I don't know what he meant by I wasn't pleased. So.
Well, I'm asking you. What
I don't.
Pleased about?
I don't know. I don't know what the extent of his comment was or what he was referring to. I can't see anything. I mean, would I have concerns with some of these things? Yes, I would have concerns. I don't know whether or not pleased is the term.
Okay, so when you reviewed the SEMA report, did you have concerns with their recommendation to illuminate ramps 5, 6, 7, A and B, and 8?
I don't recall specifically reviewing it and what specific concerns I might have had. Looking here today, I know I may have had concerns with the full illumination of a partial interchange within the facility. But I mean, having concerns and wanting to discuss them more fully is not an unusual thing when this is the first time you've seen something.
Okay. So you said earlier that lighting wasn't really in your scope. You said it would be good to have discussions. What did you view your role personally to be in assessing the appropriateness of a lighting recommendation?
That I guess that the approvals, that all of the i's were dotted and the t's were crossed with respect to what was originally approved, and any subsequent modifications to that, regardless of what it was, were consistent with what was approved.
I understand the substance of your concern. My question was, why were you personally wading in when you had Mr. Field and Mr. McGuire involved in this project?
Sorry to interrupt. I guess I'm having some trouble with that question because I don't believe Mr. Moore said that he did wade in, and he couldn't recall what that reference was to him being displeased about something in the draft report. So I don't know that question, that the witness can answer that question in light of what we've heard from Mr. Moore.
That's fine. I can hold this question until we get to the aspects where he does wade in.
That's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Registrar, can you go to image 58? There's a countermeasure for the whole study area to conduct friction testing. You see at the top of the first chart. Registrar, can you also pull up image 44? And this is the narrative that goes along with that recommendation. Registrar, can you pull out 6.6.1? Did you have any view about SEMA's recommendation that the city conduct friction testing when you reviewed the report in 2013?
So ask me that question again.
Did you have any view about SEMA's recommendation that the city conduct friction testing when you reviewed the report in 2013?
I don't know whether I had a view at that time in regard to this. Other than I was aware it was sort of something that wasn't traditionally done, and that we didn't have any background in performing this testing other than the information that it provided in that regard from MTO through to our consultant. So I may have had some questions, or what are we going to do with this type of information? But I don't think I would have had any other type of comment in that regard.
Okay, so your questions would have been, we can't do this in-house. How am I going to implement this? And looking for guidance on that.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do this? How are we going to do it? What is it for? What does it achieve? We have a baseline, but then, so I probably wasn't clear on its applicability as a countermeasure.
Okay, so not just issues around questions about how to implement this, but also challenging its usefulness.
I believe that if I read that at that time, that's the type of comment I may have made.
Okay. The Parkway didn't have any design specifications that specified friction values, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And coming out of this draft report, you didn't tell anyone at the city or at SEMA that there was no design specifications on friction to which to compare testing that was being proposed, did you?
No, but I wasn't, I don't believe I was consulted in that regard.
I understand, but you just said you'd have these questions, but you didn't actually raise those questions with anyone. Is that right?
So up until this point, I haven't talked to anyone. All I've done is seen this.
And told Mr. Field you weren't pleased.
Well, I don't know what I told Mr. Field or how I relayed that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But coming out in the project that the SEMA was doing, certainly the inquiry doesn't have any evidence, any documents to suggest that you conveyed any concerns at the time about not having design specifications to which to compare friction testing. Do you have any evidence that you did?
No, I didn't.
Okay, you didn't. Okay.
I don't have any evidence that we had any design specifications or any standards whatsoever.
My question was, do you have any evidence that you conveyed that to anybody?
Couldn't convey it if I didn't have it. So I mean, no, I would say no. I have no evidence that I conveyed that information.
Okay. Can you close these two documents out, registrar, or this document out and call up OD 52, OD 6, page 52. And on the other image, can you call up GOL 1430, please? So looking at paragraph 130 on the image 1, the inquiry has obtained a second draft of what becomes the Golder report. That is the 5-year, at the time called the 5-year report. And it's now dated September 2013. And it has some new draft language in a new text under analysis and recommendations. You'll recall this morning, I took you to a few different sections of the June 2013 draft. Registrar, can you go to image 10 of image 2? Maybe it's image 9. There, so it's under 5.1. We're just looking at the same two things on each screen now. Do you recall either Ludimir, Dr. Uzareski, sending you a copy of the draft report that had this information or conveying it to you orally?
Specifically, no, I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, you can close out image 2. And if you can bring out page 50, keep up 52 and bring out page 53 as well. Do you recall in September of 2013, Hamilton experienced very heavy rainfall, not a flood, but just a significant amount of rain over a weekend? I'm sorry, I think I heard you. I think I saw you move your mouth, but I didn't hear anything.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't. We had lots of heavy rainfalls. I don't specifically remember this one.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull out the indented text at the top of page 53, please? So I'm going to take you through a few documents, which eventually as a chain gets sent to you, forwarded to you. So this is from district supervisors within roads operation. And they say Saturday, due to heavy rain, we had some issues, quite a few accidents. We checked the ramps on the road and it was very slippery there. Not much we can do. Every time it rains, this is an ongoing issue. I feel it's a payment problem and a speed problem. And if you can take up that call out, registrar. And if you can pull out the call out at the bottom of that same page. This is also from a district supervisor email, and she says, we're getting several collisions every time it rains, and police are asking us to do something like add sand, putting these signs, and in particular, that's slippery and wet signs. It can talk the liability away from the city and onto drivers who choose not to slow down. And if you can put that down, registrar, again, Mr. Moore, I'm just setting you up to refresh your memory about this back and forth. And if you can go into the middle of the page now. So this is also from a district supervisor who says it's a super paved project that has more liquid asphalt and small glass shards that, for obvious reasons, makes it slippery when wet. And this is the email in which there's a suggestion for slippery when wet signs to be placed throughout the road hill, especially on the ramps. Registrar, if you can close those down. So that's the back and forth. And Brian Scheinel flips this to you. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? And you'll see, you don't have to call it out, registrar, but in paragraph 135, he flips it to you, to Mr. White, to Mr. Mader, and to Mr. Lepton. And Mr. White's already been brought in. And you respond 25 minutes later. So this is Monday morning. Registrar, can you pull out 136, please? So you say the surface course is meant to last 14 to 17 years before a shave and pave. Can you see that 5 lines down?
Mm-hmm.
So at the time in 2013, you were anticipating a shave and pave in about 2021 to 2024, somewhere in there?
This is in 2013.
Yeah.
Yes. So typically, if all else things being equal, if the amount of traffic is as you originally intended, that's a typical time frame on which you can do it. When you're looking at a normal road.
Okay. And in fact, the Parkway had been planned out for a shave and pave at around 14 to 17 years, right?
I don't know that it had been planned out for that.
Okay.
I don't know where that information would come from, but
You say at the very top, there's no glass shards of any kind in the mix, and I think today that is correct. There's no glass shards in SMA, right?
Yeah, I was responding to all of the inaccuracies in all of those other
I understand.
correspondence.
So you mentioned that the surface course mix is SMA, and you say it's a gap graded premium asphalt surface course with premium aggregates to provide for long-term skid resistance and grip.
Yep.
Then you reference the sand and say, don't put sand down. And then you say, and I'm now 5 lines from the bottom. These are high performance pavements that were tested when they were put down. They exceeded all MTO criteria, in fact, better than any 400 series highway. What were you referring to when you said they were tested when they were put down? What tests?
All of the tests, gradation, asphalt content, the test with respect to the asphalt, compaction, all the different layers. We looked at we didn't use standard MTO testing. We went above and beyond their standard protocols to ensure that we got quality when we put down the pavement.
Okay. This email is directed at slippery and wet signs, and you make specific reference to sentences up to this kind of pavement providing skid resistance and grip.
Mhm.
Were you, when you said exceeded all MTO criteria, in fact, better than any 400 series highway, that sounds a lot like the language that Dr. Zurewski provided to you when he gave you the 2007 friction test. I'm going to suggest to you that you were actually referencing friction testing when you said exceeding MTO criteria.
It would have been included in that reference. Yes.
Okay. You then go on to say recent testing has shown little cracking, no rutting or load related deformation. And then you say, no, there's no reason why this surface can't last a full 15 years. That recent testing, is that the testing that we were just looking at, that September 2013 draft that Golder had sent you? The reference to the
I believe
cracking,
it's
rutting.
I believe it's reasonable that that's what I was referring to.
Okay. So by we're in September 23rd, even if you hadn't received a copy of that report that I just took you to, you'd at least received an update that the testing was looking good.
Yeah, I believe that's consistent with what I understood at the time.
Okay. Excuse me. When you received these emails from the roads ops people, did you consider the what you'd read in the SEMA report that you received the week before? Did you connect those two things as you were presented with a bunch of wet weather collisions?
Not particularly. I don't know that I turned my mind to that. I didn't have any expertise in how to link that or what that might be. I don't know this wet weather. I mean, these were extreme wet weather. I mean, the way that the staff were referring to this was that the road was underwater, which has nothing to do with any pavement performance. But this response was, to try and give the staff better information on what was out there.
Okay, Mr. Moore, I think I took
Sorry,
you.
I didn't answer your question.
I took you to the email from the district road supervisor that said,
Right.
every time it rains, this happens. So did you connect the issue with wet weather collisions to what you'd reviewed in the SEMA report?
I don't believe so. I don't believe it was something that what I would have turned my mind to.
Okay. So coming out of this, Martin White says, we're going to do a collision history. Registrar, you can close this down. We're going to see what the collisions actually say, not just rely on what the roads people anecdotally provide to us. And he suggests asking about whether there's a claims history. Registrar, can you go to the page 56, please? Mr. McClellan says, who's in risk. Sorry, can you go to the next page, please? I want to get to paragraph 149, so I think it might be two more over. Thank you. And if you can pull out Mr. McClellan's email. So you're copied on this, and you know John McClellan from Risk?
I do.
And did you think it was a good idea what Mr. White was suggesting? Figure out what's going on the road in terms of a collision history, but also see if there's any litigation history.
It's consistent with something we would do if we had been given some indication on any road.
Mm-hmm.
this road's in bad condition. Well, John, have we got is there one road that's worse than the other? Have we got a big collision? So we would use that type of data to help guide us in decision-making.
Okay. And in the second paragraph, Mr. McClellan responds, in the event of a serious accident in the future, this experience will be cited and the allegation will be, quote, we knew of a problem and ought to have done something about it, end quote. Lawyers love to use the word, quote unquote, ought. Can you close this down, Registrar, and can you go to page 59 and 60? So at the bottom, you can see, this is a few days later, on September 30th, you and Dr. Uzrowski exchanged some emails. Registrar, can you pull up the top of page 60, please? You say to him, police have been attributing accidents to the, quote, slipperiness of the pavement. Did we do any, quote, skid resistance testing in our last outing? So here, skid resistance testing, you know that another term for that is friction testing, right?
Yes.
And when you say our last outing, what do you mean?
I believe I was referring to the last study that he was doing out on the freeway.
The 5-year pavement condition?
The 5 minute, yeah.
Okay. And he says in response, we did very limited, a few locations, only skid testing on the RHVP right after construction in 2007 and got good numbers, typically better than the MTO typically has. And did you recall that the testing that he was referring to here had been conducted by MTO?
Yes.
And did this refresh your memory about the results from the MTO testing that he had conveyed to you back in 2007?
I believe so. I mean, I knew that that MTO had done testing and that Ludimir had indicated that it was good.
Okay. And at the time, did you understand that there was a standard by which skid resistance testing can be compared? Because Dr. Urzowski here is saying the good numbers better than what the MTO typically has.
Yeah, I don't know whether that was a reference to a standard or simply comparatively speaking that, against what numbers MTO got.
Okay, but you understood that Dr. Uzrowski in 2007 and then now here is reminding you that there is a way to determine if friction numbers are good or not good.
Well, I don't know that that's implied here. We've asked for the skid testing. Analysis or comparison, I guess is something that may or may not be implied, but I don't know that that was anticipated or that the difficulty with that was anticipated at that time.
Okay. But at this time, you would have understood if you do skid testing that you're going to get some results that you can use coming out of skid testing.
Hopefully, right? You're going to get numbers you can use. Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully, you're not paying for good value.
That's always what you're aiming to do. Yes.
You seem to approve his suggestion to get a price and to let you know and to organize it. Is that right? You said yes. Go ahead.
That's correct.
And you were doing that following from that back and forth, including Mr. McClellan's last email about doing some due diligence to doing something so that you can say that you ought to have done something. So you've done something. Is that right?
I believe you're correct in that it was my consideration of John's note and, trying to figure out the ought to do part what we could do proactively to provide him some information in the future. And skid testing, I guess, was came to mind, and hence in a proactive approach. That's why Ludimir was out there doing the other testing anyways. So I don't know whether I knew that he was done everything out there. I may have been under the impression that he was still doing work out there. So I think that was my impetus to ask him, you're out there anyways, can you do this?
Okay. And were you also doing it because you knew that SEMA intended to recommend performing friction testing, at least in the study area that they had been looking at?
I'd like to say yes, but I don't know that influenced my decision here.
Okay. You don't know if you were being that efficient?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't give Dr. Uzarowski any other direction about the type of testing to be done. Left it to him.
No, I was relying on him to, provide me with, however you do this.
Were you aware that following from this email, Golder reached out to the MTO to see if they could redo testing like they had in 2007? Did he tell you that?
I don't know whether he did or not. I don't specifically recall. It was probably the best idea for the first start. You've got MTO numbers in the first place. If you're going to get any meaningful numbers, it would have been an ideal person to approach to do it rather than reinvent the wheel. So I'm not surprised that was his approach.
Do you recall, did he advise you that MTO couldn't do it or had declined to do it, and that they had reached out to a company called Tradewind?
I don't believe so. I don't recall a discussion in that regard. And I don't believe it did, because I think the first time I found out that the how it was done was when I read the Tradewind report and discussed that with him.
Okay.
Mr. Commissioner, if I sorry.
Time.
Yeah, I'm just raising it. It's 4:33 and
No,
we're for a number of days still.
I was about to raise it as well. I just wanted to allow Mr. Moore to finish up this his last answer. But Commissioner, I think this is a good time to break for the weekend. Mr. Moore will be back, is planning to be back on Thursday.
Well, that's fine. I concur in that view. So we'll stand adjourned until Monday morning at 9:30.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Just so I understand the timing, it may be of some use to just talk about that. As I understand the plan, Mr. Moore is scheduled to testify through Thursday of next week. As I understand it, Commission Counsel is going to complete her questioning at the end of the day on Tuesday, leaving Wednesday and Thursday for other participant counsel to conduct their examinations.
No, that's not.
I'm going to leave that for council.
Yeah.
In a separate breakout session. I don't think I have to be involved in that, nor do I think Mr. Moore has to be involved in that.
It's not. Yeah, I think that is helpful to have an offline conversation, because that's not correct.
I think you should do that right now for 5 minutes.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And in the meantime, I wish everyone, including Mr. Moore, a good weekend.
Thank you, Commissioner.